Members, the quorum is present. Quorum, please. Assembly members of the board, you are recognized.
Members, the Democratic Caucus of the Members Lounge right now.
Members, we will be meeting for 15 minutes. We will be, suspending for 15 minutes on recess. We'll gavel back in 15 minutes.
We ask you to abide with us in all the needs of our lives. Enable our caring to be wise, our support honest, and our concerns thoughtful. May our loves as well as our fears be accurate. May our spirits be so open to your guidance that we will become faithfully daring, expectantly patient, and responsibly hopeful with each other and with your people. In our neighborhoods, our state, and our nation, we ask this in your name. Amen.
Members, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance. Majority Leader, you are recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll be calling a Democratic caucus in the Maddie Lounge immediately.
Senator Sayarto, you are recognized.
The Republicans will caucus as well.
Senate will recess for caucus.
Our Citizens Redistricting Commission was born from voter demand for fairness and transparency. While drawing our current maps, the commission held hundreds of public meetings, reviewed tens of thousands of comments, and drew maps that reflect people and communities, not politicians and their preferences. That's not just good governance, it's a model for the nation. Some point to Texas as a justification for this proposal, but California doesn't follow. We lead. We don't mirror dysfunction, we set the standard. Former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger called gerrymandering the cancer of politics. He championed the commission because he believed in a system that puts voters first. That belief still matters. I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Lowenthal, you're recognized from the Majority Leader's desk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love you, Dad. I've been deeply torn by the national redistricting debate that has engulfed California. Beyond its vastly consequential political implications, this issue has profoundly impacted me personally, because indelibly seared in my consciousness is the memory of my father working tirelessly over decades to create the independent redistricting system about which we now debate. By way of background, my dad, a community psychologist, was elected to the California State Assembly in 1998. He ran for public office with the principal goals of restoring public trust in political institutions and ensuring that elected officials listen to their constituents. To effectuate those ideals, he believed that the independent redistricting system was necessary. So in 2002, on this very floor, he introduced a constitutional amendment, ACA 19, to create an independent redistricting commission. But his attempt received no support, and it died. Undeterred, he reintroduced the independent redistricting commission concept once again in the Assembly, but that effort too failed. And then in 2006, as a state senator, he reintroduced the concept as SCA 3, and for the first time ever, the concept of independent redistricting passed one of our bicameral bodies. However, as described by Common Cause, quote, somewhere in the 1-minute walk from the Senate clerk's office to the Assembly clerk's office, SCA 3 was lost for just long enough to miss key deadlines to keep the bill alive. The SCA's failure was devastating, but my dad's unwavering effort paved the way for the electorate to adopt an independent redistricting commission 2 years later. But his work did not end there. Upon going to Congress in 2012, the first piece of legislation he introduced was H.R. 2978, the Let the People Draw the Lines Act. This legislation would have required that all states establish independent redistricting commissions. Tragically, the legislation was met by political headwinds and died. But despite that, my dad pressed forward on his quixotic request to establish reform on a national level because he knew that a system in which some states had districts drawn independently and others don't was fundamentally unfair. Because Congress refused to hold a vote on his measures, he commenced advocating for reform in the courts. In 2015, he led an amicus brief in support of Arizona's right to form an independent commission. And then in 2017, he led an amicus brief in Gill versus Whitford, which he asked the Supreme Court to declare political gerrymandering to be unconstitutional. Although the court did not do so, Justice Kagan, in an opinion by Justices Ginsburg, Breyer, and Sotomayor, cited my dad's brief, writing, "The congressional brief describes a cascade of negative results from excessive partisan gerrymandering, indifference to swing voters and their views, extreme political positioning designated to placate the party's base and fend off primary challengers, the devaluing of negotiation and compromise, and the impossibility of reaching pragmatic bipartisan solutions of the nation's problems." I vigorously agree with the evils of gerrymandering described in my dad's brief and cited by Justice Kagan. That notwithstanding, because Texas has now shamelessly affected the national balance of power, our nation's democracy is faced with the exigency of existential dimensions. If unaddressed, Texas actions which occurred without the vote of its populace will disenfranchise It is imperative that Californians have a voice in selecting the political party that controls Congress in 2026. The most fundamental concept in our democracy upon which the collective value system is predicated is fairness. When Californians vote in 2026, our votes must be made on a level playing field. This constitutional amendment ensures that we have that balanced field. We must all continue to press Congress to create a national system that eliminates unconstrained political redistricting. But until that occurs, fair representation for Californians cannot exist without this measure. So today, I proudly join with my father, the architect of this commission, in urging its temporary suspension. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on ACA.
Thank you, Assemblymember Quirk Silva, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I also stand in support of ACA 8. Colleagues, we are living through a dramatic and historic moment, a moment to stand up for our democracy, one that will shape our future for generations. Across the country, we have witnessed efforts to manipulate district lines, not to represent people, but to cling to power, to silence communities, and to steal representation. We saw this in Georgia, where 3 congressional seats were taken midterm through redistricting. We see it again in Texas, where 5 seats were carved out at the request of President Trump, all without giving voters a voice. But here in California, we have chosen a different path. Not to steal, not to rig, not to silence. We have chosen to let the people decide, to let them vote on the California maps. The California redistricting plan is about fairness. It's about trust. So when critics cry power grab, let us be clear. The plan is not a power grab. It is a power return, returning power back to the citizens of California. We did not start this fight. We did not force this issue. It was forced upon us by a president who has threatened, cheated, and tried to steal congressional seats to cling to power. Do not waste your breath scolding those of us who refuse to roll over for partisan maps that divide our communities. A bully, and yes, our president acts as one, uses power to intimidate, to harm, and to cheat. He has shown a pattern of refusing to accept the results of free and fair elections. In 2020, he falsely claimed victory. When he does not get what he wants, he shouts, he insults, and lashes out like a spoiled child. If you claim to care about justice and fairness, then answer this. Where's your outrage when states silence voters by carving up districts for partisan gain? Where is your outrage when working families, seniors, veterans, and marginalized communities are pushed to the sidelines, as they will be with the president's new executive order just this week to prohibit mail-in ballots? My colleague from San Diego says actions speak louder than words. On this point, we agree. California's action is clear. We are showing the nation how to rise above partisan bickering and to stand for democracy. We are showing that the people, not the politicians, should choose their representatives. We will not stand idly by as a bully screams and threatens. We will fight every step of the way to protect our democracy. Why? Because this is what our nation was founded on. History will remember that when democracy was tested, California chose fairness, transparency, and the people's voice. You can whine and complain, or you can stand with democracy, but you cannot do both. As President Lincoln reminded—
Aye, Gonzalez. Aye, Grayson. Aye, Grove. No, Hurtado. Aye. Jones. No. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Aye. Rubio. Aye. Ciarto. No. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umberg. Aye. Valadares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson. Aye. Wiener. Aye.
Ayes 30, noes 9. The rules are suspended. Senator Gonzalez, you are recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Madam President. There is a resolution at the desk requesting that Joint Rule 10.5 be suspended as it relates to Assembly Constitutional Amendment 8.
Secretary, can you please read the resolution?
Resolved that Joint Rule 10.5 be dispensed with.
This is also non-debatable. Senator Ciarto, you are recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a substitute motion that ACA 8, because of its costs, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations for a full hearing and vote, since it was not done before.
Senator, I apologize, but your motion is not in order. It does need to be approved by the Rules Committee.
I wish to appeal that ruling. It should be.
We will now vote to appeal the ruling of the chair. I put the question to the body. Shall the ruling of the chair be upheld? Secretary, please read. Call the roll. Senator Ciarto is asking for a no vote. I am asking for an aye vote.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil. Archuleta. Aye. Adeguin. Aye. Ashby. Aye. Becker. Aye. Blakespear. Aye. Cabaldon. Caballero. Aye. Cervantes. Aye. Choi. No. Cortese. Aye. Daly. No. Durazo. Aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Grayson. Aye. Grove. No. Hurtado. Aye. Jones. No. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Aye. Rubio. Aye. Ciarto. No. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umberg. Aye. Valadares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson. Aye. Wiener. Aye.
Secretary, please call the absent members.
Alvarado Gil. Cabaldon. Aye.
Ayes 30, noes 9. The ruling stands. We'll go back to the motion that was made by Senator Gonzalez. Secretary, please call the roll.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil. Archuleta. Aye. Adeguin. Aye. Ashby. Aye. Becker. Aye. Blakespear. Aye. Cabaldon. Aye. Caballero. Aye. Cervantes. Aye. Choi. No. Cortese. Aye. Daly. No. Durazo. Aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Grayson. Aye. Grove. No. Hurtado. Aye. Jones. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Aye. Rubio. Aye. Ciarto. No. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umberg. Aye. Valadares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson. Aye. Wiener. Aye.
Ayes.
Jones, no.
Ayes 30, noes 9. Joint rules are suspended. Senator Valladares, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to remove AB 1214 from the consent file at the request of the author.
The desk will note. Not seeing any other members wishing to remove anything from the consent file, we will now move to consideration of the daily file. We will begin with second reading file. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 482 with amendments, 1255 with amendments, 1003 with amendments, 696 with amendments.
Second reading will be deemed read. We will now move to Assembly third reading, file item 226, AB 604 by Senator Gonzalez. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 604 by Assemblymember Aguilar Curry, enacting to redistricting and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Gonzalez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President and Senators. I rise today as a proud joint author to present AB 604, which is a reasonable and rational response to the anti-democratic actions of the Republican Party as they attempt to rig our congressional elections. AB 604 contains the census block data that will define the temporary congressional districts that we are being forced to adopt through the actions of the president and his complicit party leaders. Just yesterday, the Texas House passed an aggressively partisan map giving President Trump the gerrymander he requested to produce 5 new Republican seats in the U.S. House next year. These undemocratic actions are a betrayal to the values of our great nation and to the people we all swore to represent, defend, and protect. Unlike Texas's actions, the decision to approve the temporary maps outlined in this bill will ultimately be in the hands of California voters. This bill gives voters a choice to keep the current districts or adopt maps to counter the actions of MAGA extremists in Texas who are obediently working to tip the scales for President Trump. Despite the minority party's hypocrisy and their attempts to confuse the narrative with sound bites and tweets, the truth is clear, that the maps are based on the work, comments, and hearings of the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, which is a bipartisan commission. In hearings over the last few days, I was actually very shocked to learn of the minority party's well-timed epiphany, that independent redistricting commissions are actually beneficial to voters and democracy. Well, what do you know? This timely awakening of the Republican Party is actually very surprising, given that members of the party have voted against redistricting bills and reform bills for independent redistricting on at least 30 different occasions over the last 14 years in this state. I'm hopeful that my colleagues across the aisle will use their newfound enthusiasm for redistricting reform to reach out to their colleagues and to the president in DC. If you have his number in your phone book, please call him and demand that they adopt these commissions nationwide and stop the president's illegal gerrymandering efforts so we can shelve the bill and get back to serving our constituents and the daily needs that they have. As this body is now on the same page on the value of the Independent Redistricting Commission, I think it's important to highlight how the temporary maps described in this bill are grounded in the Commission's work. The adjustments in the maps are as follows. Again, they were supported by maps and testimony submitted by the public, commissioner testimony, and draft or completed commission maps. They also include 8 districts that will be identical to the lines drawn by the commission. And as I mentioned over and over again in committee, over 76% of Californians will actually be in their same congressional district. 58% of the maps in this bill are changed by less than 20%, and 37% are changed by less than 10%. The Redistricting Commission that completed the work and was rooted and the maps that are rooted in this work was comprised of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 no-party preference individuals who did the hard work to create over 76% of the maps you see in this bill, demonstrating the real independence and nonpartisanship that informed the original maps and guided these temporary maps. Members, the greatest consequence for us today is inaction. Today, the decks are stacked against us, so what we have to do is fight back. We know that right now, President Trump is gutting vital programs and increasing economic uncertainty and chaos to some of our most vulnerable Californians. Medicaid cut $1 trillion over the next decade, with California at risk of losing $28 billion in federal funding. That puts 3.4 million Californians at risk. 3.1 families will lose SNAP food assistance benefits, mostly children. Billions will be cut from classrooms and institutes of higher learning. UCLA is being ransomed by President Trump now for $1 billion. This is what we're talking about here. California stands to lose so much more. Over $7.8 billion in lost tax revenue due to the Trump tax tariffs. And the list goes on, and our communities absolutely deserve better. What do we do? Just sit back and do nothing? Or do we fight back and provide some chance for our Californians to see themselves in this democracy? And while the minority party will continue to misdirect and misinform the public today with dramatic ties and cries about transparency, process, and rush timelines, the truth is that they hold the power to stop all of this. It's very clear. You all hold the power to stop this today. And again, actions do have consequences. And if the Republican Party truly wanted to stop these temporary maps, again, you have the power to do so. And by voting against this today, that means you are unwilling to stand up against a dictator, a leader that has taken so much from our most vulnerable constituents, regardless if they live in Republican or Democratic districts. Again, I will close by sharing that AB 604 is a temporary solution that provides California voters with the final say so that we don't tip the scales and allow this unchecked power to continue. This is how we fight back and protect our democracy. I respectfully request an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you. Senator Blakespear, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, we could debate many details here today, but here's the bottom line. Republicans are trying to cheat to win congressional midterm elections under their unpopular president, and Democrats are fighting back. This is about trying to level the national playing field so we can have something close to fair elections for Congress in 2026. Period. Full stop. Republicans are trying to corrupt democracy. Democrats are trying to honor it. Republicans can say what they want, but their party started this madness, racing to gerrymander in Texas and other Republican-controlled states to stack the deck for themselves in next year's election. Yes, it is lamentable that we are pausing California's superior process for drawing districts through a nonpartisan citizen commission that was started 17 years ago. But that was a different political time, under different political circumstances, and it was a different electorate. We're giving the voters a choice to be politically relevant. It would be naive and foolish to stick to an old model, an old set of rules, when Texas and likely other Republican states are rewriting the rules to rig the game. The Trump administration has made clear in all of its actions that it believes might makes right, that it has no respect for the U.S. Constitution, the separation of powers, the courts, or the democratic process. Corrupting our elections is the first step toward fake elections. Donald Trump is trying to remake America in Russia's image. Total control, no dissent, no democracy, fake news, and fake elections. What did we learn at the outset of the Second World War? That aggressors and bullies take whatever you give them. There is no appeasing them. The only way to counter aggressors and bullies and wannabe autocrats like Donald Trump is to challenge them and to fight them straight up. There are many decent people in this chamber, both Democrats and Republicans. All of us are committed to serving constituents and doing what's best for California. We do have our disagreements on policy and on politics, and we work through them as best we can to serve the people who elected us. But today's debate is not about California politics. It's about national politics. It's about owning up to the realities of the national political landscape and a Republican president who will stop at nothing to consolidate power, including corrupting congressional midterm elections. And we in California cannot stand idly by and do nothing. And with that, I am proud to be a strong aye for this measure.
Thank you. Senator Strickland, you are recognized at your desk.
Questions for the author?
Will the author take a question?
Absolutely.
It was stated that Governor Newsom announced that this legislation and ballot measure has an explicit goal of electing more Democrats in response to Texas redistricting. Would you therefore agree with Governor Newsom that the predominant purpose, why we're here today, of this constitutional amendment is to redraw these maps to elect more members of the Democratic Party to the House of Representatives?
Through the president. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the question. I would say again, Texas started this. It is very clear. And when our democracy is at stake, as been mentioned, when there are millions of people in California that will be kicked off of Medicaid and kicked off of SNAP benefits because of your party's control, we absolutely have to react. And that means doing this bill today, AB 604. And that means ensuring that the voters of California in November have a say. They will have a say ultimately.
Okay, so it sounds like the answer is yes. Another question for the author.
Just a moment, excuse me. Will the author take another question?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Did you use the 2020 census to draw these maps?
Through the president, thank you for the question again. Over 76% of the maps that you see here today are based off of the 2020 Redistricting Commission, which is a bipartisan commission that we all like to praise, and I'm hopeful that at the end of this that we actually get your side of the aisle to support a nationwide independent redistricting commission plan. Provisions of that are included in the ACA 8, which will be taken up later today, and that is the hope, is that we can do that. But yes, absolutely, it's over 77%. There's minor tweaks to this bill, as been mentioned, or to the previous maps, has been mentioned.
So it sounds like the answer is yes. They used the 2020 census because I found it interesting. I'll get to that later. Another question for the author.
Will the author take the third question?
Under current law, the legislature cannot draw the lines, but it's been reported this week that the legislature draw the lines, but no member of either body of the Senate or Assembly has said they participated in drawing these lines. One, did you draw these lines or had any influence on these lines? And two, what member of the legislature participated in drawing these lines?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Again, the legislature has the constitutional right to send an amendment to the voters, which will be doing later today. And the voters will have the ultimate say. The maps have been online since Friday evening, a very public process, which in the Assembly and the Senate both had portals. Thank you to the election chairs, the good senator from Riverside, as well as the good Assembly member from the Central Coast, providing a ton, the maps online on Friday, and soliciting thousands of responses, which folks can do even today. And in fact, what was stated in the committee as well is that the voters now will have over 70 days to actually, before they make a vote, hit the ballot box on November 4th, will have over 70 days to view these maps, which is incredible. It's actually many times more than the current redistricting process we have through the Independent Redistricting Commission, which only allows 14 days. So that is the current process as it stands now.
Okay. Thank you for an answer, because under the current Constitution, no member is allowed to adjust these lines. So my next question for the author.
Will the author take a fourth question?
Who has seen these maps in the legislature before they were introduced in the legislature, and when did you see them the first time?
Again, Friday they were all available publicly online. The Assembly, the Senate provided opportunity for the public to see these maps. And you have what we have now. There were slight tweaks made and amendments this past Monday, which we all debated. And now we're in the midst of continuing to view those maps and solicit input from the public. And again, ultimately, the California voters will vote on this.
A follow-up question on that same. So is your testimony or your statement here today that no member of the legislature saw these maps before they were public?
Again, I will reiterate that these maps were available publicly on Friday, and we had the ability, all of us, to solicit our residents and provide additional, they had the ability to provide additional input. And so that's what we're doing today. And what we're not talking about, unfortunately, is the fact that, you know, Texas has continuously gerrymandered mid-cycle. Texas has every single year since 1965 violated the Voting Rights Act. Every single time. We're going down a rabbit hole here on transparency and all of the procedural matters, but what's not included here is the reaction that Texas, your colleagues in Texas, have continuously violated the Voting Rights Act, have continuously mid-cycle gerrymandered. It's unfortunate.
So on my own time, it sounds like the statements today is that no member of this legislature saw these maps before they were public, and we all know that's not true, and I'm encouraging the media to follow up with every member of the legislature, because under current Constitution, not one member on this in this body on either house is allowed to adjust a map. And it was reported that there was different members that adjusted these maps. And if you wanted to do it correctly, you should have gone to the people of California, get the authority, and then draw the maps. So any member here, let's be crystal clear, and I'm asking the media to follow up, any member here that adjusted these maps violated the Constitution today, and is, again, evasive answers that we know that now it just shows that there's no transparency, because no one can answer one member on this floor that had participated in drawing these maps. You say it's the legislature, you're the author, but you didn't have any participation in these maps? Again, that's not transparency, and I'm urging the media to follow up with each and every one of these members as this moves forward, if you get the 2/3 vote, which I believe you will, to ask these questions. Now, if I had the power, as was stated, by the way, I don't know one member of the Texas legislature, not one. I was elected here in California, not Texas. And it was stated in the opening, you have the power to shut this down. If I had the power to stop this, I would stop it. I'm telling the media right now, if the Republicans in California had the power to stop this, we would stop this today. And they are misrepresenting what is the actual truth moving forward. Redistricting Commission, let's make it clear, the redistricting, nonpartisan redistricting
Senator
commission.
Strickland, if you can please address the body and not the media when you're speaking.
I'm looking around, my other colleagues, I could look around my whole.
Excuse me, Senator Strickland.
I'm only allowed to look forward?
Please look at me while you are making your address. Thank you.
That's a new rule that I haven't heard of before,
I would
to be
appreciate
honest.
if you comply.
I've been here over a decade.
Everything is through the presiding officer. Thank you.
It is through the presiding officer.
Exactly. So if
Okay,
you can direct your comments to me, or if you have a question, you can direct it
let's
to
be
me.
clear.
Excuse me.
Okay.
If
I'm
you have a
going back to-
question, you can direct it to that member, but if you're speaking, please direct it to the presiding officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's be clear. It was stated in the opening that the redistricting, nonpartisan redistricting commission drew these lines and these maps. That's a false. They might have took it as a blueprint, but the nonpartisan redistricting commission did not draw these maps as was stated in the opening. Again, people are trying to be misled of what this actually is. And members, this week's actions demonstrate why we need a nonpartisan Citizens Redistricting Commission and why it was passed in the first place. For my colleagues on the other side, who I deeply respect, sometimes I believe you think the ends justify the means. Let's go through what happened this week with no transparency, no input from the community across the state to draw these maps. And these maps were drawn behind closed doors Well, the governor and what I understand, legislative leadership, no one admits that they had any participation in these maps. They just came out of thin air. But again, let's look what happened this week in terms of transparency. You violated your own rule, the 30-day rule, to push this through. No one will admit that they drew these maps. And to the media, I'm saying you need to move forward, as this moves forward, to the famous line, what did they know and when did they know it? Which lawmakers saw these maps and had influence on these maps? Who paid for these maps? And the lack of transparency keeps going on and on and on. Let's see what we have here today, currently, before you go to the voters in November. What we have here today is the gold standard for redistricting nationally. It should be the national model and not thrown out. It's something that we should brag about here in the state of California, the fact that the people pick the lines, not the politicians. We have full transparency. In fact, we have hundreds of hearings throughout the state of California, in every corner of the state of California, so citizens can participate in the drawing of these maps that keep communities together of whole cities and counties. And the lines are drawn in public in front of everybody, in front of the world. Members, fair districts lead to fair representation. And if you pass this bill moving forward, and if it passes in November, which I don't believe it will, but if it does, what you're striving for is predetermined elections, meaning that there won't be one competitive race for Congress in California for the next 3 cycles. Members, that's not good for Democrats, independents, and Republicans. You're taking the voice away from Californians in terms of having fair representation and earning the trust of your voters, not having a predetermined election. Here in California, we have a system where citizens pick their representatives and not politicians picking the citizens. That's what you want to throw away. And what I heard from many of my colleagues on the other side, this is going to be temporary. From my experience, I have over a decade of experience here, nothing is temporary when you do it. Former President Ronald Reagan said it best. We have long discovered that nothing lasts longer than a temporary government program. Even this week, the Assembly Elections Chair stated that the Democrats should do what we're doing here today in 2030, was quoted already. So when you say to the people of California, this is temporary, my experience is nothing's temporary here. I don't believe 1 second that this will be temporary, and neither should the people of California. Now, I do have a joint resolution 10. It's not up yet. I'll put it across the desk that says we should have nonpartisan redistricting districts and make it a model nationwide. I do believe it is wrong for Texas to do this. I do believe it's wrong for Illinois to do this. I do believe it's wrong for every other state where the politicians pick their citizens. It is wrong, both on the Democrat and Republican side. We should be promoting what we do here in California, not throwing it away. And that's what you're going to do if this is successful. You're going to take what is the national model for redistricting and put power in the people, and you're going to take it back to put in the power of the politicians so you don't have to really earn the vote of your constituents because the election will be predetermined. I also support Congressman Kevin Kiley's legislation that bans mid-decade redistricting nationwide. Members, I heard that Speaker Pelosi and other Democrats from the DCCC from California were here. What would be more constructive is that you jump on board to Kevin Kiley's bill, pass it on the national level, and therefore we won't have mid-decade redistricting. So members, again, going back to the census, 2020, there's been massive population shifts since 2020. And when you look at these maps, for example, Los Angeles has lost representation in the last 5 years, but under these maps, they pick up a seat. The Inland Empire has gained population over the last 5 years, but they lose a seat. And it's very clear in federal law that these districts have to be equal in representation. So if you use the 2020 census, as was stated here before us, this will be thrown out by courts because it is very crystal clear that the deviation that you have when you draw congressional districts is very, very small. And members, you know this is wrong. You know what you're doing today is wrong. You know it's not good for democracy in California. And you weren't elected by anybody. You weren't elected by the people of Illinois. You weren't elected by the people of Texas. You weren't elected by the people of New York or North Carolina. You were elected by the people of California. And you were elected to defend the Constitution. The Constitution, again, I believe my colleagues, whether you knew it or not, violated the oath of the Constitution that you swore to. And I do believe, I understand, but the ends don't justify the means. You know this is bad for independents, Democrats, and Republicans throughout the state of California. I want you to look deep inside your soul, and you know this is wrong moving forward. You know this is not good for democracy in California, and I'm urging your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I respond? So,
Would you like to respond in your close?
I can do that too, but I just wanted to make sure that it was known, if I may, just to refute some of the misinformation that had been put out.
Can you hold on for just one moment?
You're going to respond to every speaker?
Senator Gonzalez, unless someone has asked you a specific question, which there was not a question, we're going to have you use those in your close.
Okay.
Senator Nielo, you are recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I hope you will indulge me for a moment for a bit of digression into some political history. No misdirection, just the facts, ma'am. In 2008, Proposition 11 was put on the ballot to establish the Commission for Redistricting for state legislators, and I think also the BOE. And my friend from West Sacramento was correct in I think the Assembly Elections Committee yesterday when he said that that bill barely passed. It was definitely a squeaker, maybe less than 1% over 50%. That's correct. There is a rest of the story, though, which I'll get to in a moment. Importantly, one main opponent to that proposition was the California State Democratic Party. Well, what do you know? Now, fast forward, 2010. Proposition 20 was placed on the ballot to perhaps correct an incompletion of the previous Proposition 11 to add congressional districts to the commission's responsibility. That's what we're talking about here, congressional districts, not what Proposition 11 did, only state offices, but congressional districts. Now the rest of the story. That proposition passed overwhelmingly, over 60% of the vote. Interestingly, there was very little opposition to that proposition. Now, this is important. There was a reason for that. What is the easiest way to defeat a proposition? That's where misdirection comes in. Confusion. There was also on that ballot Proposition 27, which proposed to completely abolish the Redistricting Commission. Get rid of it. Not maintain it, which we're talking about supposedly here, but get rid of it. The ostensible proponent for that in the literature was UCLA professor and former chair of the Fair Political Practices Commission, Daniel Lowenstein. But he said the real sponsors were Democratic members of Congress. Well, what do you know? The contributors to that campaign, which ranged from $5,000 to $225,000, were Judy Chu, Anna Eshoo, Zoe Lofgren, Nancy Pelosi, Doris Matsui, our own colleague here from San Pedro, who was in Congress at the time, Linda Sanchez, and Adam Schiff, as well as a number of others who are no longer in Congress. The confusion didn't work. What was the result of that competing measure? It was defeated by almost an exact mirror image by which Proposition 20 passed. It was defeated with 60% saying no. So now comes a convenient opportunity, very convenient opportunity. Governor Newsom wants 5 more Democratic congressional seats, and Democrats see an opportunity for California taxpayers to pay for what they could not get with Proposition 27 in 2010. It has, after all, been reported that the DCC has been involved with the current effort. $250 million, or whatever the amount is, to fund this partisan effort to thwart the will of the voters is absolutely unacceptable. Members, just history, not misdirection. Those are just the facts, ma'am. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Senator Grayson, you are recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question to the author.
Will the author take a question?
Thank you very much. First, I have two questions. I'll just ask them both and then answer all in one. The first one is, the actions taken by Texas, are they permanent or temporary? And does Texas practice mid-cycle redistricting? And then, so that was a two-part question, the first one. The second question is, for redistricting bills, I believe there was some reference made to that. Could the author elaborate on what was talked about as far as some redistricting bills that had been opposed?
You may proceed.
Thank you for the question. And yes, first question, Texas's actions, their action yesterday is actually permanent. There is no temporary aspect to the gerrymandering they just approved yesterday through their House. Mid-cycle redistricting is a constant, and there's no input for Texas voters to weigh in. Very opposite from what we're doing here. Ours is temporary until 2030. And of course, we're letting the voters decide whether to do this mid-cycle or not, which we are doing through a constitutional amendment. So we are absolutely doing that. On the second piece, thank you for your question on redistricting. Now, as mentioned, just as of last year, there have been over 30 bills last year and up until going back to about 2014, where a number of bills had been presented in this body to support an independent redistricting commission in various parts of the state of California, in places like San Luis Obispo and Sacramento and Orange County, Riverside, Fresno, Kern, and all of those bills and efforts to establish an independent citizens redistricting committee in all parts of the state of California had been voted no by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And so I'm not understanding what they're saying in terms of wanting now an opportunity to have an independent redistricting commission be the end all, say all, while we're sitting here getting attacked by President Trump on our democracy.
Thank you for that additional information, if I may, through the chair. Would this, and this is just a hypothetical question on my part, or maybe not, would this measure impact any other districts outside of congressional districts? The answer is no. And another question is, who will ultimately have the final say on this matter? And the answer is the voters of the state of California. Senators, I rise in support of this measure. Throughout my life and throughout my career, I've been guided by some very simple and basic values. First and foremost among them, fairness and respect, with commitment to be fair and respectful of my neighbors, and also to respect the rule of law. This is an impactful day, especially for all of us here in California, which is why the mid-decade redistricting efforts being conducted by other states certainly appear to undermine these values in pursuit of power simply for the sake of power. And what is most troubling to me is that these efforts appear to be equivalent of changing the rules of a game after it has started. Imagine a football game that is tied at halftime, and one team comes out for the second half declaring that for the rest of the game, their touchdowns are worth twice as many points. Is that just? Is that justice? Is this not the situation we face here, where a number of states have decided to change the rules of redistricting at halftime? Senators, we are literally at halftime in this redistricting match that we now find ourselves in. 5 years in to a 10-year cycle, facing the same situation as the hypothetical football game that was just described. Fairness would dictate that either all the touchdowns are worth twice as many points, or none of the touchdowns are worth twice as many points. Justice would dictate that we all abide by the same rules regardless of the game, which is exactly why we're here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Choi, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam, and the members. I rise today in strong opposition to this proposal for special election to redraw our congressional districts in California. Many points have been raised. And Texas has been described as a bad actor. Very interesting, and then also the regulations on the sports in halftime changing the rules. I would like to apply these 2 points. If Texas was a bad actor, are you supposed to follow the bad actor? If somebody runs through a red light or kills somebody, you do the same thing? I mean, that's exactly what we are trying to do. And then as a model for Texas, it's a model we're going to follow whatever Texas does. If you say that that action is wrong, just let's don't do that. Isn't it more common sense? Now, many things, many points in this direction we can argue about. But let me focus on this measure is in another sense, not urgent item. It is not necessary. It is certainly not affordable. Let me focus on the financial aspect of that. In California, We have projected to face $12 billion of deficit in the coming year. You all know that. Every dollar matters. Yet this proposal would drain an estimated $250 million of general budget just to conduct a special election. This is money we do not have, and the money that could be put to far better use. Think about what $250 million can do or represents. It could finance tens of thousands of child care slots for working families. It could support the financial aid for thousands of college students struggling with tuition. It could keep after-school programs and the mental health services available for our children. It can fund the public safety and the wildfire prevention programs at a time when California depends on them most. In order to help close the $12 billion state budget deficit, the supermajority decided to cut California peer-run Warm Line in Orange County, a key program that has provided a free 24/7 mental health service to millions of residents. That was only $5 million. I was hoping that you would agree to that, but it was cut off. And here, $250 million is just pocket money to spend on this unnecessary special election, a special redrawing in the mid-decade. As a result, Orange County, where I represent the county Warm Line program, has laid off 127 staff members and is now facing to end operations completely. Think about the victims, the customers who have used this Warm Line and then also unburdened all the burdens that the 911 system is getting. And we know that the 911 system right now is answered so late because of a shortage of people with the shortage of staffing in 911 answering service. Instead of funding critical programs like these, we are being asked to throw these dollars away on a political maneuvering. This is not about the fairness. This is not about the people. And this is certainly not about protecting democracy that you all say that we let's keep the democracy, fairness. This is a partisan power grab, and it comes at the expense of Californians we are here to serve. So I ask you, my colleagues, will we tell Californians that their child care, their education, their health care, their public safety programs don't matter as much as a rushed and unnecessary special election redrawing? Or will we stand with them and say no to this reckless use of taxpayer dollars? Senators and colleagues, let us show some fiscal responsibility and common sense. Please vote for no on this wasteful proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Laird, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. In 2021, a particularly egregious gerrymander was done in my district in San Luis Obispo County. It was for the Board of Supervisors districts, and it was proposed by one party, a party that was losing registration, was no longer the party with the greatest plurality in that county. And they passed a map suggested by one political committee to egregiously gerrymander that county. Under the census, minor tweaks to the existing districts would have been in order. Instead, it was jam the Democrats into one district, make the other 4 districts in a way that they likely could go the other way, and preserve a majority that didn't exist in the electorate at large. And it was gross. There were some people that would vote every 2 years for 3 cycles for supervisor. There were some that were the opposite. There were thousands of people would have 2 supervisors at once. Thousands more would have no supervisor. It was a dislocation that was off the charts. And so what happened? I introduced last year Senate Bill 977 to say we would have independent redistricting for San Luis Obispo County. We would have the commission. That egregious line drawing would never happen again for that county. And then what happened in this body? In this body, 9 senators thought that was just fine, that egregious redistricting that would have been rectified by commission is what they voted against. And it was said, just the facts on one speech, and then there were all the names that were given about those facts. Well, let me say in just the facts, it was senators from Jackson, Beaver, Bakersfield, San Diego, Sacramento, Yucaipa, and Murrieta that said, we are fine with egregious gerrymandering. We do not want a commission. We do not want fairness in redistricting. Let's be clear about that. So when it was said, what is known and when did we know it? In 2024, we knew that was an egregious redistricting, and 9 senators said it was just fine with them. It was said fair districts lead to fair representation, but 9 senators said not in San Luis Obispo County. It was said that politicians should not pick their voters, but was fine for 9 senators in San Luis Obispo County. It was said that we are witnessing a partisan power grab. We witnessed one there, and it was fine for 9 senators in San Luis Obispo County. So let's just call that what it is. We have born-again commission lovers here. They had a chance to have the fair redistricting in different parts of the state, and it was rejected. And so I just think it's fair to expose that level of partisanship, because that's what's going on. And I think now we have a national crisis and we are responding, and I ask for an aye vote on AB 604.
Thank you. Senator Grove, you are recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition of this redistricting package, all 3 bills that are coming before us today to redraw congressional lines. The move undermines the will of the people and the voters of this state. I don't wholeheartedly agree with the actual commission, the people that are on the board of the commission, but I don't agree that legislators should be able to draw their own lines either. And I'm a legislator, and I don't think I should be able to draw my own lines. I think the people should be able to pick the people they want to have them represented, and it should be that a standard across the United States. I listened to your comments, and I really wasn't going to speak, but I listened to all the comments, and it's all about transparency, and this has been transparent. Colleagues, this bill was put in print on Monday. We had a hearing on Tuesday. On Tuesday, when the hearing took place, both election chairs in the Assembly and the Senate could not answer one question: who drew the lines? The Assembly election chair said it was a collaboration. The Assembly election chair said it was leadership. Leadership, what leadership? Give us a name. The individual who was providing technical assistance in that committee would not answer any questions about who they were, who they represented, who was paying them. This is a public process, and you're asking from the dais Who do you represent? I'd rather not answer that question. Who's paying you? I'd rather not answer that question. I mean, this is a public process where we got no answers, and you're talking about transparency. They were asked who drew the lines, and in the assembly, the response was it was a group of leadership. It was the state legislature, and the response was we're in the state legislature, and we didn't participate in that process. And they said, well, you're not in leadership. So then it fell on leadership. I watched the interview on our own elections chair here in the Senate. Who drew the lines? Well, the Rules Committee. I'm the vice chair of Rules. We did not participate that I know of drawing any lines. My colleague from Santa Cruz sits on Rules. He did not participate in drawing any lines. It was not the Rules Committee. They also said that the Rules Committee placed this information and the maps on the website. We didn't do that. I went back through the last 3 hearings. We did not vote to do that. No one is being truthful and transparent when we're just trying to ask questions. Who drew the lines? Did you know about the lines before it was, did you have input? And I know that's just a simple thing and it's just one thing that needs to be brought up. But if we're going to talk about transparency, this process put in print on Monday, where lines were already drawn when the bill was put in process with no public comment, because the first public comment went up on Tuesday during the hearing and the maps were already drawn and it's supposed to be a public process. That's not what we're doing here, and we're better than that. And I know the rhetoric on the other side is about Texas. Let's talk about Texas for just 1 second. Texas was sued by the Elias Group. The Elias Group, permission to read?
Permission granted.
The Elias Group is a mission-driven firm committed to helping Democrats win citizens' votes and progressives make change. That's the Elias Group. The Elias Group won a lawsuit against Texas. Like it or not, Constitution says we have 3 branches of government: the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch. The judicial branch ordered the state of Texas to redraw their lines. The state of Texas complied with the judicial order, the judge's order. That's it. Now, because of the way the lawsuit was structured, Texas did take it in a way that, nobody really expected it to happen, but they did. The bottom line is that the response that California is having because of a lawsuit from a Democrat activist lawyer group in D.C., and then California jumps on this bandwagon. We're not involved in that lawsuit. We are not involved in Texas legislation, contrary to my colleague's statement. He knows no Texas legislators. I know several. They're under a judicial order to redraw the lines. For us to engage in that process, I think sends a bad message across the nation, because that old adage, so goes California, so goes the nation. There is no doubt in my mind that other states will look at what we are doing to offset Texas, which is a judicial directive, a judgment against Texas to redraw those lines, and looking at what we're doing. And again, their policy is different. Legislators can redraw those lines. Our policy is separate. It's a constitutional amendment where we have a citizens redistricting committee, and we as legislators can't draw the lines, and no one in this body will answer the question, including the author that's presenting, or the presenter this morning, the majority floor leader. It was asked by my colleague 3 different ways. Who drew the lines? And there's still no response. Why is that such a hard question? If you look at what's happening, so goes California, so goes the nation. And I'm telling you, you guys have not thought this all the way through, because you don't have the votes. You just don't have the leeway that we do on our side of the aisle from a national experience. Pittsburgh can't help you. He's got 3 Republicans out of 17. Massachusetts has 0. New York, very few. This is not going to go well for your side of the aisle coming the midterm elections, and I just don't think that you've thought that through. I can tell you that, if people did participate on the lines, and you can make an assumption that you have forever congressional seats here in the state of California, and you're making those decisions because of the congressional lines that are going to benefit you for the rest of your life, it still doesn't help the voters in California, or all of the people that we represent. We have serious problems to solve in this state.
We have a potential of refineries closing. We've got a potential of cement businesses going out of business. We've got LA wildfires where only 4 permits have been issued. We don't need to get involved in this nonsense. The people of the state of California voted in a citizens redistricting commission. I didn't like that idea either. I did vote against it, but that's what we have. And unless that is changed in a process that is not like this, if you want to work on this next year, and I realize that you probably run out of time for the elections, but the bottom line is that this bill was put in print on Monday. The people of the state of California had Tuesday and 1 committee hearing to comment on it. That's not transparency. And in that committee hearing, no one would answer those questions. That's not transparency, and that's not the way this body should operate. I've been here since 2010. I came in the Tea Party district, and I was that rant and raving individual on the assembly floor that got my mic shut off several times. I get it. But there is a collegiality, whether you agree with policy or not, that you have on this floor, and that we have to be one of 40, right? 40 representatives of the state of California. And I'm just telling you that the way this is put together is not right for the voters. It's not right for California. And this thing is going to backfire on you. So next year, when all this goes down, I want you guys to say, just like you're saying right now, gosh, Groves has been screaming from the rooftops for 10 years regarding our oil and gas prices going up and the avenues that we're taking. And next year, you're going to go, wow, Grove was saying this is going to backfire us. Mark my words, they will pick up almost 25 mid-state congressional seats. The way this process is working is not good for us, our party, your party, or the people of this nation and this state. I support Kevin Kiley's bill that says no midterm redistricting, and that we should abide on the census every 10 years, just like it's set in place. Respectfully ask for a no vote based on the voters in this state and across our nation for this redistricting passage that has zero transparency, and even if you did have a hearing, you won't answer anybody's questions.
Thank you. Senator Valladares, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And I, too, want to raise my mic in opposition. So I want to raise an issue that I think has been overlooked in this process, and that is communities of interest. Our Constitution is really clear. When we draw districts, we're supposed to keep communities together. Cities, neighborhoods, agricultural regions, aerospace hubs, working class communities, watersheds, school districts. These are groups of people with shared and social interest who deserve to have fair and effective representation. What we're not supposed to do is draw maps around politicians, incumbents, political parties, or the partisan advantage or disadvantage of voters. Yet, that is exactly what these maps do. To echo a lot of the sentiments from my colleagues on my side of the aisle, this process has been secretive from the very beginning. We don't know who drew these lines, or rather it's difficult for those who were involved to name names, really at this point. But we all know it was politicians, it was consultants and DC insiders that are going to all benefit from these maps. And the result is truly unmistakable. Communities of interest were ignored, they were divided, and they were sacrificed for political gain. Take Modoc County. Farmers and ranchers, people who feed the world. They're now lumped in with wealthy Bay Area neighborhoods whose daily realities couldn't be further apart. Look at Lodi, an agriculture community split 3 ways. Some bundled into Sacramento suburbs, others into Bay Area commuter towns. Instead of one strong voice in Congress, their representation is now diluted and divided. In my own district, the Antelope Valley, an isolated region with shared concerns of aerospace and defense, it's the nation's backbone for defense, for innovation. It's where America's most advanced aircraft and space technologies are designed, built, and tested. It's carved into 5 different congressional districts. This means no single representative is fully gonna be accountable to the needs of my community in the Antelope Valley. And let's talk about Sonoma County, chopped into 3 districts, silencing the ability of that community to speak with one voice. This isn't just bad mapping. This scheme is bad governance. The voters of California created an independent redistricting commission precisely to prevent this kind of power grab. They voted for fairness, transparency, and independence. The Constitution says maps are not to be drawn for politicians, for incumbents, or for parties. But here we are, with maps engineered in secret, rushed forward, and designed to benefit a few, select few. This is in clear conflict of interest, and it undermines public trust in our elections. It tells voters that their voices matter less than political insiders, and it confirms every fear they already have about Sacramento. Colleagues, this isn't about Democrats or Republicans. In my district, I represent more Democrats than I do Republicans. I want every single voter to be represented fairly. This is about the Constitution. This is about transparency. It's about whether the people of California get what they voted for, a fair and open process, not maps drawn in back rooms for political convenience. The people of California deserve better. They deserve fair maps. They deserve good government. And they deserve leaders who will honor California's Constitution, not undermine it. I cannot support this plan. And I think it's ironic to hear, in response to my colleague from Santa Cruz, how history is repeating itself. How right now we're seeing that across the nation and even in California, that Democrats have lost 2.1 million voters and Republicans have picked up 2.4 million. And further makes me question this power grab. Is history repeating itself? I urge you to vote to uphold the Constitution of California today. I urge you to be the voice that your constituents elected you to be, to uphold their rights, their voices. Respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Senator Umberg, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Let me speak to some self-evident, irrefutable truths. Truth number one is that all 39 members of the California State Senate sitting here today are here because they want to improve the lives of Californians. Irrespective of whether they have a D or an R behind their name, they're here to improve the lives of Californians. Truth number two, we would not be here but for the President of the United States ordering Texas to create 5 new seats. And why? Why? Because he's concerned about the Congress potentially being a check on his power. Truth number three. Truth number three is that the $811 million that the president has asked that be taken from California K through 12 education to include after-school programs that were referenced by my colleague from Irvine, that diminishes the quality of life of Californians. Next truth, the $1 billion right now that is attempted to be extorted from UCLA diminishes the quality of life of Californians. Next truth, the 57,861 individuals detained by masked agents, many unknown, that diminishes the quality of life in California, and in particular the 47,000 plus who have not had a conviction for anything other than being of a certain race and having a certain occupation. That is the only criteria that was used to detain those 47,000 individuals. That diminishes the quality of life in California. The $164 billion taken over the next 10 years in terms of health care, that diminishes the quality of life here in California. And in terms of the cost-benefit analysis, whatever it costs for this election, if we can save but a small portion of the amounts that the president wishes to remove to punish California, it is a cost-benefit analysis that we should engage in. Now, James Madison in Federalist 47 said, look, here's what we do, is we as our government, we create a government with checks and balances, and the Congress is supposed to be a check on the executive. But this Congress has been absolutely supine in terms of being a check, including the 9 members of the Republican delegation from California have basically decided to disarm. Now, what is the response? The response is to actually respond to what the president's trying to do. Again, we wouldn't be here but for that. Now, let me also commend and congratulate those of the Republican Party who have stood up to the president. I heard my colleague from Huntington Beach today talk about Texas, say that what they're doing is wrong. That's hard, and much harder for Republicans to say that than Democrats. Same thing with my colleague from Irvine who condemned what the president's doing in Texas. The same thing with Kevin Kiley, who's saying, look, we should not be doing midterm, mid-decade reapportionment. And the same thing with Carl DeMaio, and you're never going to hear these words spoken again, is that I commend Carl DeMaio for citing his disdain for what's going on in Texas. But that is not sufficient. And by the way, I appreciate the humility of my colleagues here too. That's not a trait that's common to most of us who are elected, but their humility in saying that they have no influence. They have no influence on the president. They have no influence on Texas. Well, I invite them to join with me in the letter that I circulated asking the governor of Texas, cease and desist, to stand down. If he stands down, we will stand down. The 9 members of the Republican delegation in the Congress are larger than 23 states in this union. Those 9 members, plus our colleagues here in the California legislature, they have a very strong voice, and I urge them to use that voice. I'll go to Austin with them. I urge them to basically make sure that this crisis is averted. If this crisis is not averted, then we in California must stand up. We in California must stand up for the quality of life of Californians as we see it being assaulted. We must stand up and vote aye on AB 604. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Durazo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Today's vote is not about us. Today's vote is not about politicians. Today's vote is about people, working people living ordinary lives. Today's vote is about whether Texas and Trump have the right to water down what is right for the people who elect us. California's average hourly wage is $7 an hour more than Texans make. Our minimum wage is $9 more than theirs. And before any of you knee-jerk to, yeah, but everything is more expensive in California, consider the facts for working people beyond wages. Texas families pay $4,300 out of pocket for health insurance. Californians pay $1,100 less. 16.6% of Texans don't have any health insurance at all, but only 6% of Californians are without it. Retirees in Texas scrape by with $600 less than California retirees. Texas utility bills are about the same as Californians. And the median home price in Texas' capital city of Austin is the same as Sacramento. This issue and our vote today is about our right to live in a California that Californians control. Texas and Trump want to water down that right. That's what's at stake. 40 years ago, Texas state government came up with a famous anti-litter campaign slogan, "Don't mess with Texas." You know what? We aren't stupid. Don't mess with us either. Thank you.
Senator Ciarto, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and our Madam President. So today, members, I stand before you, and this is going to be no surprise. I do not support what we are doing. There's a lot of reasons not to support this. And I'm going to list a couple of them, but I'm going to talk in chief about one thing in particular. For one thing, I know we've been belittled for trying to bring it up or pretending that it's something that's not. But this does lack transparency. This effort is a week old for us, for the people out there that got to see maybe if they knew to get on the thing. The reason it lacks transparency is because there hasn't been an opportunity for the public to be able to get engaged enough to look and see what these three bills that we're going to be doing are doing. A lot of the public, there's a lot of people out there, they don't even know what a senator is. But they do pay attention eventually, and that's why there's a 31-day waiting period usually before we can do these. But we've done what we always do with our supermajority. We've waived that. Let's get rid of that. So yeah, there is a lack of transparency in this. And then the second thing that I want to say is it also lacks integrity. You know, sometimes I'll ask a question that I know the answer to. You know why? Because I want somebody to either tell me the answer and I'll go, good, they're being honest with me. Or I'll watch them evade the answer when I know they're smart enough to, they know the answer and they just won't do it. They're evading the question. And when I see that happen, to me, that lacks integrity. We asked questions in the committee that were pretty easy. We know the answers to some of this, but they're kind of rumors. So you're just kind of trying to get the affirmation of what the answer is to who drew these. Was it a consultant? Was it staff? Was it a consultant to one of our legislative offices? Because none of those are eligible under our Constitution in California to be drawing maps. And yet somehow this map dropped out of the sky, because I can tell you, when we're told the legislature drew the map, that was one of the answers, the legislature. The legislature is not a human being. That's like saying the car drew the map. The car decided where to go. It did not. It's not a thing. I mean, it is a thing, but it's not a living thing. It can't think on its own. So we didn't get the answers that we wanted in our committee. And I was told, you already got the answer. No, I've asked the question, I just never got the answer. But I knew the answer, and I didn't get the answer, which means people are being evasive, which in this body, and what we do up here, that lacks integrity. It also flies in the face of the wishes of voters to make drawing of districts the sole responsibility of the Citizens Redistricting Commission. And the last thing I'll mention on this particular reasons why we shouldn't even be doing this is, and I'm glad people brought this up. During the past few sessions, numerous bills have been introduced and passed by the legislature, demanding that the citizen redistricting commissions be formed in counties that do not have them. And the reason given by my colleague in Riverside, I remember her speech. The reason given was to preserve democracy. And yet, today we're told, hey, you know what? 30 of you voted against those redistricting. You know why? You know why I voted against those redistricting efforts? Number one, I'm kind of a local control guy. I think counties, cities, they need to weigh in on how they operate. But more than that, it's because all of those reflected what a supermajority will do when they're passing a bill. They set it up for their party to be successful in this in their redistricting effort. So what they did was they created a partisan makeup ahead of time. They created partisan results from a partisan commission. So heck yeah, I am voting no on that. You want it independent? Don't tell us what the makeup is of it, other than we have to find independent people to be able to be on a commission like that. If you're going to tell me it has to be this many Democrats and then 2 Republicans and the Republican votes don't count, we're not going to vote for that. That's why. That's why we voted against that. It's not because we are against the concept of an independent redistricting commission. It is because we are against the ability of a supermajority to put things in, poison pills in there, to make it not so independent. So please, enough with that. But those are just a few reasons we have to scrap this plan and move on to dealing with the real problems in California, because guess what? And you guys should be really proud of this. We have a lot of real problems in California, and they are not getting solved. We have water problems, energy problems. We have affordability problems. We have housing problems. None of those are being solved while we sit here trying to debate about what Texas did. And I want to mention this. I do know a Texas legislator. Congressman Carter, really nice dude. He really is. But you know what? I'm not going to call him and tell him, Congressman Carter, this is Senator Ciarda, I need you to stand down. You know why? Because they have different rules than we have. That's their process. They don't have a constitution that says this is the process. Their process is, hey, if they're going to do it that way, they're going to do it that way. It's not for us to call them and tell them, no, you have to do this because otherwise California. I think my colleague from Bakersfield laid it out really well, what's going to happen. You want to bite your nose to spite your face? Hey, whatever. But here, you know, earlier we had some percentages. And I was thinking, man, if I start talking percentages, people are going to go to sleep. But since somebody already brought up percentages, I'm going to speak my percentages. Because what this deals with is this other issue I always hear from this body, and that's proportionality. Hey, when we're talking about crime stats, well, that's not in proportion to this. So let's talk about proportionality. And here are some numbers. 46% of registered voters in this state are Democrats. Yes, that's a pretty dominant number. 25% of registered voters are Republican, but here's a little something. 29% are declined to states, no party preference, or other, which means they're registered as another party. But you know what? The representation in the legislature for the Republicans, yes, it's very proportional. We're 25% registered, and we got 25% membership. You know who isn't? Is the decline to states and the no party preference. And one of the reasons that that's important to remember as we go forward and talk about the congressional seats is because those folks don't like the Democrats, the Democratic platform, and they don't like the Republican platform. They are in the middle. But you know what? They can't win a seat. They can't go out there and win an election. So it's up to us to try to make sure that we're representing them. And the only way to do that is to understand that half of them usually break to the right and half of them break to the left. which would mean 6 more seats for the Dems and 6 more seats for the Republicans. An appropriate makeup for this body, if it were fair, is 24 Democrats, 16 Republicans. That way we would not have a supermajority. And that also reflects the voting trends in California. We vote 60-40 on constitutional offices and things like that, right? And that's exactly what that breakdown is. But let's look at what we're representing. In the legislature, it's 75% Dem. In other words, every single one of those people that are in the middle are actually represented by Democrats. And you know what? In this state, sorry to break the news, that means it's represented by progressive Democrats. And that is exactly what they don't like. So, let's move on to the Congress, congressional seats. We have 52 of them. So let's talk about democracy. 52 seats. You know how many are Republican seats? 9. We already have 43%. That's 83%. 83% of our population, our voters in this state, are represented in the congressional level by Democrats. That means zero people in the middle have representation other than from a Democrat. And then, when you look at what we want to do, we want to push that number to 92%. Already, we got 17%, or we have 8% of Republicans at that point being represented by Democrats. That's your democracy? As Democrats represent 93% of our population in Congress? You guys, that's absurd. That is absurd. So this effort to save the nation at the expense of democracy in California, it doesn't make sense. And you know what? I have more confidence in you guys. I know you're smart enough to know that. And I know some of you don't like this bill. And I know some of you would really like not to have to vote for it. But that's how it works in California. We got a supermajority. With the supermajority comes a lot of power. And with that power comes no power for the other side. So this notion that somehow the 10 Republicans are going to spring to this position of influence and power over all of the other states is absurd. We can't get anything done here. And you know it. So this effort is reckless. This effort is ridiculous. And it needs to be abandoned so we can start working on the real problems that California has. And maybe, just maybe, we can start working together to make some real bipartisan solutions, not just one Republican vote on one of the bills. That's not bipartisan. So I urge a no vote on this. I urge us to move on. And so thank you for indulging me today and allowing me to explore and talk about the real issues with democracy in California, not Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Becker, you are recognized.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important topic. And my colleague who just spoke said that he was not going to call the folks in Texas. Well, the folks in Texas called us. They called us, and they said, "You are our 911 call." And I got to tell you, I had chills. I mean, it was an incredible moment, and I have such respect for them. They said, "You are our 911 call. We are calling you in California. We need your help." And friends, I'm a history major, and history teaches us that we must stand up to bullies. I love the point made by my colleague from Encinitas. We must stand up to bullies or face incalculable damage. And that is what we're doing here today. We are standing up. When the bully in chief in the White House called up the governor of Texas, he said, "Find me 5 seats." The governor of Texas said, yes, sir. And so now is our chance to stand up. And to my friends on the other side of the aisle, and usually, you know, we are very cordial here, but I've heard a lot of hypocrisy. If you want to fight for independent redistricting, then fight for independent redistricting. I know many of you have been to the White House. Go to the White House, call the White House, call out the White House, and tell them you want independent redistricting. Tell them to back off, and we will back off. But we will not unilaterally disarm. So I stand here today as a father, deeply concerned about the future of our country. I stand here as a patriot, as the grandson of immigrants who came through Ellis Island.
Senator Becker, I'm sorry. Can you please address your comments to me?
Oh, thank you.
Presiding officer.
You turn around?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I often do this way. The camera. Thank you. I say I stand here as a father, deeply concerned for the future of my children. I stand here as a grandson of immigrants who came through Ellis Island, through the Statue of Liberty. And I stand here as an elected official, serving the people. And today I stand up for democracy. And it's been said that democracy is not a spectator sport. And we need every American engaged now. It's like when you go to the airport and they say, if you see something, say something. So we need every American. I need my Republican colleagues. We need our Republican legislators in Congress. If you see the president doing something wrong, you need to call it out. And this is wrong. We know what he's doing is wrong. And we know that we must stand up. And California is standing up. It's about time. I've never been prouder of our state. And we need each American to act as though democracy depends on them, because we know ultimately it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ochoa-Bo. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. California deserves a redistricting process that is fair, transparent, and free from political gamemanship. It was mentioned the fact that as Republicans, we haven't supported such measures in the past. But unfortunately, many a times when measures are placed forward in this body, because of the supermajority, many of the times we're not included to give feedback and input on these measures. And therefore, these measures don't necessarily become equitable or fulfill the full intent of that bill. And it's one of the reasons why we could not support the measure that was mentioned earlier by my dear colleague from Santa Cruz. I looked up the analysis for that particular bill right after you mentioned it, and we'll have conversations after the session. But going back to this particular bill, weakening and discarding the independent commission, even temporarily, betrays the trust of the voters placed in us and undermines the integrity of our democracy. California has long set the standard for fair redistricting, outfitted with a voter-established independent commission. Question of the author, ma'am.
Will the author take a question? Will the author take a question?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Through the president. Does the state of Texas have an independent commission on redistricting voted by the voters of Texas?
They do not.
Okay. The Citizens Redistricting Commission was created to end decades of political gerrymandering. Rolling back the progress for short-term gains risk undoing years of hard-fought reforms. Californians deserve leaders that will protect the independent system voters demanded and preserve it for generations to come. Unlike Texas, we have this. They do not. And it falls, oh, question of the author.
Yes.
Will the author take a question?
Absolutely.
You may proceed.
Does the Texas legislature have the purview to redraw their lines?
They do. They don't have the purview to violate the Voting Rights Act and disenfranchise their voters, but that is what they're doing.
So as mentioned earlier by my colleague from Bakersfield, the state of Texas was sued and was obligated to redraw their lines. Checkpoint. Before the commission's creation, district lines were developed in secrecy through insider deals, often protecting incumbents or political insiders. California voters ended that in 2008 with Proposition 11, the Voters' First Act, which established the commission. 2 years later, Proposition 20 expanded its reach to include congressional districts. Since then, the commission has consistently delivered maps through open, publicly reviewed processes, even successfully adapting during the pandemic-delayed 2020 cycle, earning praise for transparency and efficiency. If signed into law, today's proposed legislative package would strip the commission's authority, quote unquote, temporarily, granting lawmakers control over congressional redistricting for the 26, 28, and 30 election cycles. While framed by some as reactive to nationwide redistricting trends, critics warn that it compromises California's voter-approved safeguards and damages its leadership and electoral fairness. This proposal undermines the voters' trust, since the commission was created by the voters to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability. Repealing it would feel like repudiating the voter intent. AB 604 was drafted without constitutional safeguards intended to promote fair and representative district maps. Stated that these maps are intended to elect 5 additional Democrat congressional seats. Let's register that. This mid-cycle redistricting plan undermines the state's constitution by seeking a voter-approved amendment that would temporarily waive the key provisions of the California State Constitution's Article 21, allowing politicians to redraw lines for partisan gain rather than adhering to established democratic principles. First, the plan ignores the constitutional mandate that redistricting occur only in the year following the year in which the national census is taken under direction of Congress at the beginning of each decade. By pushing for changes mid-decade outside the post-census window, this proposal disrupts the every 10-year rhythm that's designed to ensure districts reflect accurate, updated population data. This could open the door to arbitrary manipulations whether political winds shift. Second, it waives the rigorous criteria outlined in the state constitution that prioritizes geographical and social considerations to promote fairness. These include requiring districts to be geographically contiguous, criterion 3, respecting the integrity of cities, counties, neighborhoods, and communities of interest by minimizing their division, criterion 4, and ensuring compactness where practicable, criterion 5. And I know that it was stated that 76% of these congressional districts fit the Redistricting Commission's criteria, meaning these. But the additional and the remaining do not, therefore violating the very intent and the guidelines of the Constitution. The legislature's secretive, and secretive meaning no one can divulge where they came from, And rushed map drawing processes discards these standards. And secretly meaning that no one knows how they were drawn, but yet they've appeared secretly by an unknown hand online. And now they're transparent because they're there. But no one knows who placed them there and who drew them in the first place. Potentially fracturing cohesive communities and creating convoluted districts that prioritize electoral outcomes over logical boundaries, as stated on this body, in this floor today. Finally, the plan flouts the Constitution's explicit prohibition against partisan gerrymandering, which states that districts shall not be drawn to favor or discriminate against an incumbent political candidate or political party. And yet, once again, on this floor today, it was mentioned that it was due to the reasoning of electing 5 Democrat congressional districts. Stated on this floor. By suspending the Citizens Redistricting Commission and empowering the legislature to redraw these maps, this legislation invites blatant favoritism, eroding the impartiality voters enshrined in the Constitution to prevent self-serving power grabs. Folks, this is serious. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very serious. When we are elected, we swear an oath to uphold both the U.S. and the California Constitution. Regardless of what any other state does, that is what we do when we stand on this floor, this red carpet, and we raise our hand. 2 wrongs don't make it right. And when it says to join our colleagues in repudiating other states for what they're doing, folks, we're elected to represent the state of California. I had a podcast I was listening to just this morning talking about whether or not term limits should exist. And one of the arguments that were stated in this podcast was whether or not, we should have term limits. And the gentleman speaking said, well, people get what they elect. And if we have an electorate that is uneducated and they can continue to pick someone to be elected, then that's what they get. If Texas has not changed their constitution, if they have not created a redistricting commission, then folks, who are we to direct the autonomy of the legislature of that state? What authority do we have to influence another state's legislature elected by their people? I think it's humbling to think that we should do that. If we have relationships, great. Have those conversations. But as a body, to go to another state as elected and think that we have the authority to tell them how to run their state, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's disrespectful to them and to the people who elected those to represent them. I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Senator Caballero, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been interesting listening to the comments today. Senators, California didn't start this fight. We've always had an amicable relationship with our president. Amicable because the president understands that California is a donor state to this great country. And we've lived with it for years. We pay more in taxes than we get back. We all know that. So why come after California? Why make us an example to the rest of the country by attacking our immigrants, by putting tariffs that have hurt our farmers and that now is going to start to hurt our residents, by taking away benefits that are really important in our state as we've tried to meet the needs of our country. So California didn't start this fight. And my party didn't start this fight either. Let me be clear. I don't shy away from a good competition. I love sports. Soccer, football, baseball. I love it all. In my family, we have our favorite teams that we watch and we follow and that we support. And I can tell you they are raucous games when we have people on different sides supporting different teams. So I don't have a problem with opposition or with conflict. But what I do insist on is that the game be fair. I do insist that everybody know what the rules are at the beginning of the game and then it's not changed. We all know how the game is played. We all need to expect that the refs are going to be fair. And, you know, we have our arguments about whether that call was right or not. But we want everybody to be treated with respect and that everyone will follow the rules, including the players. Folks, that's not what's happening in our country today. The president knows that what he's doing is hurting people, and it is. It is. It's hurting everyday average Americans. And that hurt is real. The prices have gone up. There's uncertainty in the market, hard to get a loan, housing isn't selling. That's not because of what we've done. That's because of the pressure of tariffs and messing around with the market. So the president's afraid he can't win. He's afraid he can't win an election in 2 years to ensure that he maintains control over everything that's going on in the country. So he's taken an action to rig the election. It won't be a fair competition. It's playing dirty. It's cheating. It's cheating. And it's making sure that he continues to be in charge, even if the voters want change. Even if the voters want change, he's rigging it. It's a power grab. We didn't pick this fight, but my residents have asked me to take action, to do something to relieve the pain caused by the president's attack on California and on our families. And some of that attack won't be felt until after the midterm elections, which is really cynical. Look, it didn't have to be this way. We all could have worked together, all of us on this floor, across party lines, to denounce and condemn the president's attempt to rig the next election. We could have done it together, to put public pressure as leaders and as elected officials, to say we want a fair game, no shenanigans, no cheating, no dirty games. But listen, my good friends on the other side of the aisle, you haven't said a peep. You've said nothing to condemn the president's attacks on California and on our residents. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And I get it. You don't want to contradict your presidents, and so you've taken sides. Well, I choose the people in my district. I choose to defend Californians. I choose to fight for a fair election. I choose to listen to the people who say, we need you to take action. So I ask you for your aye vote today.
Thank you. Senator Cervantes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President and members. As we know, the proposed maps in this bill are not wholly new. They build upon the year-long process undertaken by the California Citizens Redistricting Commission after the 2020 census. About 75% of Californians will remain in the same district that they reside in currently today. These maps do a better job of avoiding splitting counties and cities than those created by the Commission. And let me just say, how is it okay when their party adopts redistricting, but when it's the other party, it's a problem? Please, spare us the hypocrisy. That said, I am puzzled by the admiration that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are showing for independent citizens redistricting commissions. Except for our colleague from Huntington Beach, who has not been present for any of these bills, every Republican of this Senate body has voted against bills creating county citizens redistricting commissions. The legislature is entitled to propose amendments to the state constitution. And unlike Texas, we are taking it to the voters. We are acting now to save our future. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on AB 604.
Thank you. Senator Jones, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President and members. A couple of fine points first, Madam President. Regarding the comments from our colleague from Santa Ana mentioning that if Texas goes forward with their redistricting, we will continue with our redistricting. My understanding is that the constitutional amendment has been amended to take that language out, and California is moving forward regardless. But I will clarify that when the ACA comes over and ask a question of the author on that. On this particular bill, AB 604, I do have a quick question of the author if she would be willing to take it.
Will the author take a question?
Are you familiar with, or can you cite for us any lawsuit in California of somebody suing the Redistricting Commission for the lines that they drew either in 2012 or 2022, arguing that those lines were unconstitutional?
You may proceed.
I am not personally familiar with any lawsuits.
Great, thank you. Neither am I. And that's because our process isn't unconstitutional. Now, many of us had problems with the lines with 2022 when they came out. Both Democrats and Republicans got a little gripey about some of the lines. Legitimately, I believe so. But we didn't sue. We kind of, went with it and made the best of it that we could. One of the things I want to share this morning is I'm very proud of my Republican colleagues for their demeanor this morning and their professionalism in their comments, regardless of the incendiary and accusational comments of the open on this bill, AB 604. And I will share that compliment with my Democrat colleagues as well. I think that the debate has been very professional and moving us along. One of the things I'm very concerned about in the debate this morning that I want to raise attention to is some terms that were used this morning on the floor. Rigged, dictator, unchecked power, period, full stop. That one cracks me up when you all use that one, because I know the governor uses that all the time. So I don't know if you're trying to get in his good graces by imitating him or whatever, but period, full stop. There's usually a lie behind that, by the way. Bully, autocrats. Permission to read, Madam President.
Without seeing any objection, it is granted.
While this was all going on, a term came to mind, projecting or projection. So I looked it up to make sure that I had it right. Projecting refers to a psychological defense mechanism where an individual unconsciously attributes their own unacceptable feelings, thoughts, or traits to another person. Why did this come up in my mind today as you've been standing on this floor railing against Republicans in Texas, railing against Republicans in Washington, D.C. for not having any courage to stand up to the dictators of the governor of Texas and the president of the United States? Where's the courage for the Republicans? Let me ask you this. Every single year, we pass off this floor and the assembly floor a handful of bills that pass on unanimous votes. Unanimous. Every Republican, every Democrat votes for these bills. Some of these bills are authored by Democrats, and some of these bills are authored by Republicans. One bill in particular comes to mind. It's a very simple bill. authored by the incoming pro tem. She's attempted to pass this bill, has passed the bill 4 times, and has been vetoed 4 times. Where's the courage when a bill has unanimous votes to conduct a veto override? You don't even need us for a veto override. You can do it by yourselves. But we've come to you over and over and over and over every single year. We will support you in a veto override. We will help you in a veto override. On a simple bill. Just pick the simplest one. Let's just do it. And prove that you have the courage that you're accusing us of not having. I will share with you, there are examples of Republicans in supermajority Republican states of doing that exact same thing on a Republican governor. I encourage you to have that courage.
Point of order, Madam President. This dialogue has nothing to do with what's before us here, and I'd ask you to rule in that way and ask the Speaker to stick to the matter that's on the floor before us. Thank you.
Point is well taken. If Senator Jones could please stick to the merits of the bill before us.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate our colleagues standing up and recognizing that my comments might be incendiary and accusational, similar to the opening remarks of the author. The important thing that I think is to share here is I rise in strong opposition to AB 604. The gaslighting that has been, or gavlighting, if you prefer that term better, that's been going on this morning is just the mental gymnastics that you have to do to come up with these arguments that you're making for what we're trying to do here on the floor in the state of California is just amazing to me how you do that. And I want to share, and I again, other senators have said, I appreciate every single one of you. I count every single senator on this floor a friend, all 30 Democrats. I honor you. I admire you. This is not an easy job. But sometimes we have to call it like it is. We have to call balls and strikes, according to the gamesmanship analogies that were used earlier. What's happening here is simple. Gavin Newsom and Democrat politicians are trying to ram through a corrupt redistricting scheme to rig California's elections. This scheme is unconstitutional. It's undermining both the letter and the spirit of the California Constitution. It ignores the principles of germane law, election integrity, twisting the rules to benefit one party. It tramples on the will of California voters. California voters, the same people that elected all of us to office. Those voters created an independent redistricting commission precisely to keep politicians from drawing their own lines. And those voters, it was so important to them, they put it in the Constitution. This effort slices up communities, connecting desperate areas and splitting apart regions with common interests, violating the very standard the redistricting is supposed to uphold. Democrats are rushing this through under the guise of urgency. There's no emergency that justifies this abuse of process. It discards years of work by the Citizens Redistricting Commission and replaces it with raw partisan power plays. Importantly, Democrat legislators continue to refuse to answer the one simple question that's been asked dozens, if not hundreds of times, and I'll ask one more time on this floor. Who drew the maps? They claim it's a transparent process, yet fail to answer the most transparent question. And it comes at an outrageous cost, has been mentioned, more than $250 million for a special election at a time when California is facing a $20 billion deficit and you all are cutting vital services. The result is the maps that destroy representative proportionality are rigged for partisan gain, not fair representation. Senate Republicans are united against this abuse of power. We're standing together to defend Californians, to uphold our Constitution, the California Constitution, and to fight for fair and honest elections. And let's make two more points before I close. The interesting thing is you all keep bringing up Texas. Texas right now, the Republicans in Texas right now have an effort afoot to make it easier for the legislature to override, do a veto override in Texas. Republicans are trying to make it easier in Texas to conduct a veto override. I'm asking you just to try. Now, the other interesting thing about this effort is we all know this is going to fail on the ballot. This is a loser from the beginning. So what's the win? What's the upside for all of us here on the Senate floor to go blindly along with the governor's plan here? It's going to fail. And what's the only gain? I'll tell you what the only gain is. Governor Gavin Newsom is getting more headlines. He's getting more name ID, and he's creating a brand across the country so that he can run for president, and you're helping him. To my colleagues across the aisle, I strongly encourage you to stand against this self-serving governor with courage rather than acting like a march of the lemmings. I urge a no vote on AB 604.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion or debate, Senator Gonzalez, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam President. And I do want to say to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thank you so much for this very robust debate. This is exactly what democracy means and what we want the public to see, the discourse. Even if we agree to disagree or we disagree and disagree beyond measure, that is exactly what we're here for. We were all elected to take an oath to defend our democracy and to ensure that the folks that we support and represent all can see a better quality of life. And that's why we're here today. And as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, except for one, I think of one missing member from Jackson, you know, what I will say is I hear you on integrity. I hear you on transparency. I hear you on all of that. And this is where I'm really confused because with all due respect, it is very hypocritical to say that you believe in all this, but yet when you've been offered the opportunity to talk about what is the egregious actions by this federal government, the egregious actions by Texas legislators to disenfranchise voters, to additionally split counties and cities, to continue to violate the Voting Rights Act, to just completely ignore communities of interest, and to continue to safeguard the Trump presidency, because guess what? It doesn't just stop after 2028. Let's be real here. He wants a third term. So what does that mean for Californians if we don't do this? Well, I'll tell you what it means. It means that, again, it means that there's going to be unconcern for a ransom of $1 billion to our UC system. There's going to be silence when it comes to SNAP benefits for children who are disabled. It means there's going to be additional unconcern for the kids that won't have after-school programs and school lunches. And it means that every budget that we put out here, because we've continued to put state budgets out here, and everyone's talking about wildfires. If we're so concerned about wildfires, why didn't the other party, why didn't you all support the wildfire package relief of $2.5 billion for Altadena and Pacific Palisades residents? Why didn't you do that? So we can't sit here and talk about transparency and integrity and we want democracy and all of a sudden now we have an epiphany about an independent redistricting commission and we're going to stand, you know, strong for that. Well, let's do that today. And today, again, AB 604 is an urgency measure, contains the new proposed congressional maps that will ultimately be the decision of California voters on November 4th. This bill will be in print for over 70 days, the maps will be available for insight from our voters, and ultimately they will have the say, and would remain in effect only until the Citizens Redistricting Commission certifies a new map of congressional districts after 2030's census maps. So these maps are temporary, again, for the elections of 2026, 2028, and 2030. Then the Redistricting Commission, which is still in effect, will then take the helm in 2032 to continue the good work that they've done. Again, the hypocrisy remains. Why are you so unconcerned? Why are you so unwilling? Why have you remained silent during this egregious overreach when Latino communities across California have been kidnapped? Why? All our democracy is being dismantled, and you want us as California legislators to just sit by on the sidelines and do absolutely nothing? Well, that's not good enough. And if you want to support my Republican minority leader, if you'd like to support a diversity, equity, and inclusion bill by the incoming pro tem, we are happy to provide that opportunity for you to do that again. So again, Californians will have the final say. I appreciate all the debate here. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil. Archuleta. Aye. Adeguin. Aye. Ashby. Aye. Becker. Aye. Blakespear. Aye. Cabaldon. Aye. Caballero. Aye. Cervantes. Aye. Choi. No. Cortezi. Aye. Daly. No. Durazo. Aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Grayson. Aye. Grove. No. Hurtado. Aye. Jones. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Aye. Rubio. Aye. Ciarto. No. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umberg. Aye. Valladares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson. Aye. Weiner. Aye.
Secretary, please call the absent members.
Alvarado Gil. Jones. No.
Ayes 30, noes 9. That measure passes. Members, we are now going to take a very brief 20-minute recess for lunch. Stay in the building. We will come back in 20 minutes. We are now on recess. The Senate will now come back to session. We have a message from the Assembly. Secretary, please read.
Madam President, I am directed to inform your honorable body that the Assembly on this day adopted Assembly Constitutional Amendment 8. Sue Parker, Chief Clerk of the Assembly.
We have a referral from Rules. Secretary, please read.
The Committee on Rules has ordered the following bill to third reading, Assembly Constitutional Amendment 8.
We will now move to supplemental file number 1, which is file number 262, ACA 8. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Constitutional Amendment 8 by Assemblymember Rivas, enact relating to redistricting.
Senator Pro Tem McGuire, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Good afternoon, members. I stand with Senator Cabaldon, who will complete the presentation on Constitutional Amendment 8. I gotta say, it does pain me a bit to say what I'm about to say, and I wanna also take a moment to acknowledge Brian Jones. I have deep respect for Leader Jones, and I know this has been a tough week on all sides, and I do want to acknowledge him and say thank you for the partnership. And I also want to say I take this very seriously. I think that all folks know, don't really care if you have an R or a D behind your name. It's about representing California. And as I said last night, people don't know us if we're a Republican or a Democrat. They know us as Californians. And that's what we need to remember as we make our way through this and come back next week. I'm really honored to represent one of the most rural districts in the state of California, a third of the California coastline. There are 4 counties in the district of 7 that voted for Kamala Harris. There are 3 counties in the district that supported President Trump. And what I know when I go into Weaverville or High Palm, Crescent City or Fort Bragg, in rural California, no matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you want a few key things for your family. You want quality health care. You want to keep your hospital open, that rural health center open for your kids and your grandparents. You want a good job so that you can stay in the community that you love. You want to send your kid to a good public school. You want to be able to live in that community you love and afford a home. And in rural California, you don't want to use dial-up internet anymore. You want to have access to high-speed broadband. You know, there isn't a single one of us, not one, who wouldn't be here today if we hadn't put our faith in the voters of California. Put our faith in fellow Californians to walk into the voting booth or sit at their kitchen table and do their best for all of us to do the right thing. And that's really what this is all about today. All we're asking is allow the voters to do their thing, to pass this constitutional amendment. We need to put our faith in the voters to do the right thing. The way we have countless times over the decades. Initiative after initiative, it's ultimately up to the voters. There's nothing more transparent than that. Now, we're here today for one reason. The nefarious actions of the Republican leadership in Texas. California didn't pick this fight. This was not on our bingo card 6 weeks ago, let alone 6 months ago. Actions of Republicans in Texas compounded by the inaction of some Republican leaders here in California. That's why we're here today. All of this could have been avoided. To be able to stop this, talk to Texas. Talk to our president. I have been astounded this week. I've seen Republican colleague after Republican colleague go on television, hold press conferences, go live on the social media, expressing outrage about California. But what about Texas? What about Donald Trump? Who started all this? Who started this circus? You know, sometimes in life, I'm a firm believer that you just got to stand for the greater good, and you got to tell your boss no. Got to tell your boss no. Today, I hope that we can do something constructive. We should do everything in our power to ensure free and fair elections. But let me be very clear. This action about redistricting, we all know this. We talk behind the scenes. We have a beer together. We go out to coffee. When I talk to folks who are on the other side of the aisle, they know why we're here. Can't say it publicly, but we all know why we're here. And we also know that this is just the beginning. Mail-in ballots, it's now the predominant way folks vote in the United States, mail-in ballots. Our president wants to end mail-in ballots. Make it harder to vote. You know why he wants to be able to upend the census here? To rig it. In the United States Constitution, it says count all persons. The reason why Donald Trump doesn't want to count all persons is because it hurts Republicans. So then I hear members of Congress, some in the legislature say, I support independent redistricting. So I got 3 pages of votes on independent redistricting bills that have come through this legislature over the past several years. 3 pages right here. And let me just tell you what the predominant theme is. Republicans voted no. They voted no. All public votes. Now, why is it? Why? All of a sudden, y'all have seen the light? I would hope that we could do more than file frivolous lawsuits, which, by the way, within 48 hours, the Supreme Court just tossed out. I would hope that we could do more than just file bunk court action when there are Republican leaders in this country that are having state troopers follow Democratic legislators. When the Attorney General of Texas and the governor say, we need the FBI to track elected members of a state house. What the hell is happening? And where is the outrage? You're outraged that California is responding? The only reason we are here today is because of Texas. And by the way, 2 nights ago on live television, state troopers drug out a Democratic female legislator out of the bathroom. Out of the bathroom because she did not have a pass to go. And I hear about how unfair California is. Can you imagine if the Democratic majority said to the California Highway Patrol, follow Republican leaders in the Assembly and the Senate? Yet today, nothing about that. Nothing. Fake outrage about what California is doing. You know, we've seen this story play out in history. And hypocrisy today won't save your hide tomorrow when the secret police and the Mar-a-Lago goons find a reason to come after you. We are in a flashpoint in history if we do not stand up if we do not shout out, this has to stop. I've always supported independent redistricting. I've supported independent redistricting on the local level here in California. I support national redistricting. Sounds like now that it may be a bipartisan bill. What I do not support, what we cannot support in California is unilateral disarmament when the fairness of the 2026 elections is being threatened. And yes, Donald Trump wants to rig the damn election. Other states want to play games. California is the only state committed to fairness whose potential redistricting goes away the minute others drop theirs. In Texas, it's permanent. One of our colleagues in the assembly said the other day, when I go to a restaurant, I don't have to meet the chef. You all saw that? Senators, I also don't believe we need to meet the chef, but we do need to meet this moment. And the stakes are so high. And I want to end it right here. Here's what's at stake. Millions of Californians are going to lose their health care next year. Millions. Tens of millions of Americans are going to lose their health care next year because of Donald Trump. I've never seen a president come after fire aid and assistance like this president has, threatening to be able to cancel cleanup and recovery because he doesn't like our governor, doesn't like the politics of the state. I never thought I had to explain to my 4.5-year-old who saw on a friend's television why someone was being thrown in a moving van. This is what we're fighting for today. One of the main reasons I believe that we should be voting for this constitutional amendment will be waiting for me this evening at our kitchen table to tell me about his first week in school. As much as some want to say this is about politics, this vote today is about people. It's about standing strong for people who are under assault by an authoritarian who's coming for our jugular. All we have now, the only choice is to fight. This is a cynical ploy, and it's just the start. First, they come for the districts. Then they come for your ballots. Next, it will be your family. Today's vote is about the future. It's about fairness. It's about trusting voters. I will respectfully ask for an aye vote, and I yield my time to Senator Cabalden.
Senator Cabalden, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill, this package of bills has been among the three most heavily reported bills in the California and in the country. The notion
Cabalden,
that...
can you address the presiding officer, please?
For a point?
Can you address the presiding officer, please?
I usually stand there. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam President. This package of bills has been among the most heavily reported. It's widely known across the state of California that this effort is underway, which is odd because when I talk to my own constituents and I mentioned the word redistricting, a glazed look goes over their eye. Very few Californians spend their time or their worries or their concerns or their hopes thinking about redistricting. They are thinking about food on the table and rent and public safety and their ability to walk free on the streets of this state. But I hear about it constantly in my own district. And I hear about it in places that you might not expect. And it reminds me of one of my favorite parts of the year, and I know I share this with many of my colleagues from both parties, Little League opening day. The parade goes down the neighborhood on Meadow Road, turns the corner. We all end up at Memorial Park for the first day of the Little League season. And once the ceremony is over, the certificates have been presented, then the teams go onto the field. And you sit, for me as a mayor and now as a senator, you sit with the parents ready to watch the game. And the first inning comes up and the other team keeps striking out. And the second inning, they've struck out every time. When they pitch, sometimes they intentionally hit our players, and you're starting to get a little worried. By the fifth inning, though, something weird happens. You see that on their side of on the other team's players, the first base is now being taken over by one of the dads. One of the moms is subbed in at second base. Another mom's at shortstop. Another dad is at third base and another at catcher. And you look at the field, you say, this is not fair. This is Little League. Where are the kids at? You can't just sub in 5 adults to play a Little League game. That's not fair. It's also it's not safe. What you've created is a Little League I've never be a part of. We don't sit in the stands in that moment and argue with each other. You know what I'm going to do about this? I'm going to go to the next Little League board meeting in 2 months to complain, because what we really need is a policy that prevents this from happening. You don't pen a harshly worded letter to the other team. You stand up. You do something. In that moment, most likely, what most Americans would do, we're sending 5 of our parents out there. We're pulling our kids off the field. We are taking action to assure that that cheating, that endangerment does not happen. If when the Olympics are at the Rose Bowl here in California, the Rose Bowl in California, and the soccer team come on the field and we're playing against Russia, and they sub in 5 people, 5 additional players onto their team, you can be damn right we'll be calling for our team to be doing the same. We won't be waiting to file a complaint after the game is over that we lost because someone cheated right in front of our eyes, right in broad daylight. That's why Californians every day, more and more Californians are like, I don't know that much about redistricting, but this ain't right. This cannot happen, and California cannot stand for it. That's what this is all about. And so what's different here is it's not a trophy that's on the line. What is on the line is everything that we've heard described by the pro tem and others on this floor. The HR 1 cuts, the massive cuts that will hit California, but many of them that won't take place until after the congressional election. So we have a shot to stop them from happening. What's on the line is our freedom on the street and the terrorism that's happening with ICE, the attacks on UCLA, on our very elections, on reproductive freedom. Across the board, we have a chance to do something about it. Because right now, everyone at the Little League game is always asking me, what can I do as an American? What can I do to prevent the erasure of our democracy, the decline of our institutions and our protections? Now, and so we have to both fix the rules. We do have to go to that Little League meeting, and that's exactly what ACA 8 does. Its first provision is California calls upon the Congress of the United States to place a constitutional amendment before all of the states for a national independent redistricting system. That is number 1 in ACA 8. And so we are doing that. And we must also get on the field and protect our kids and our families and our communities. Now, it's ironic because we stand here today 99 years after the very first redistricting initiative went on the ballot here in California. Redistricting is one of the most contested ballot initiatives over and over and over again that Californians typically face. And we've been doing it now for nearly for a century. And that ballot measure, which created an independent citizens commission to redistricting, was rejected almost 2-1. When it was proposed again a decade and a half later, it was rejected by 10 points. It was rejected and rejected and rejected and rejected and rejected. In the 1980s, it was rejected 4 times. 4 times. In the 2000s, it was rejected right before it barely passed. And so when we talk about the voters have enshrined this in the Constitution as something that can never change, the voters have been changing their minds about redistricting almost since the admission of this state into the Union. And in fact, in 2008, when the voters passed the initiative that the senator from Fair Oaks noted, there were 2 other ballot measures on that 2008 ballot that are noteworthy here. One was the voters' overwhelming support for high-speed rail, which we've heard previously on this floor, senators from the other side of the aisle, Republican senators saying we should toss that out. We should throw that one out. But this one that passed by less is somehow divinely inspired and can never be changed by the voters themselves. The second measure that was on that ballot was Proposition 8, the infamous Proposition 8, which said that we were amending the Constitution to prevent folks from marrying the person that they loved, marriage equality. That's what happened in 2008, by a larger margin than this commission. And yet, last year, the voters of California overwhelmingly reversed that decision. Democracy is an ever-changing progress. It's a book that we are writing together. And the only ones that can tell us to respect the will of the voters are the voters. And the only way we can know what their will is in this critical time for the preservation of our democracy is by passing this Constitution to let the voters decide. I want to speak briefly to the notion of this mid-decade redistricting that we've heard about repeatedly this morning as well, and the outrage over the idea that we might do redistricting in the middle of the decade, as though this were the first time this idea has been considered. Republicans and their agents submitted mid-decade redistricting initiatives nearly every single year in the 1980s, and then again in the 90s and in the in the 2000s. The outrage, the hypocritical outrage here is palpable. The only folks who proposed mid-decade redistricting before today have been the Republicans of California. So the outrage that this is unconstitutional, how can it be unconstitutional to ask the voters of California if they choose to, if they decide to, if they elect to amend the Constitution to accomplish this? And also, Texas did not consider the 2020 census data or any updates. In fact, the chairman of the elections committee in Texas said, oh, well, I don't have that census data. I haven't looked at it. This process, on the other hand, has examined every available data source, the census from 2020 and all the data since, all of the testimony in relevant areas in California where the lines are changing to look to see what did regular people say about their communities of interest to the Redistricting Commission. And then finally, the notion that this is expensive. Another example of fake outrage, because we heard no outrage about the cost, the annual petitions to the Secretary of State for a recall of the governor or someone else. Every single year, we've had these petitions submitted with zero, dead silence about the cost of that election, which is exactly the same as the cost as this. So please spare me the sanctimony about the cost of the election when you remain silent every single time that another recall election has been proposed. Now, I also represent Sonoma County, just as a response to the senator from Santa Clarita, and many other communities that have constantly been shifted from district to district over time. And Sonoma County will be doing just fine under this map. I can speak to my constituents. We can handle having 3 members of Congress. It's a feature, not a bug. But let's not think that today's redistricting map, it comes from a commission that did outstanding work, but it's not from some divine text, right? Let's go up to one of the closest districts from here. Maybe stop in Citrus Heights at the Jolly Cone, and just head up the freeway. You've now met about 5% of the voters in this congressional district. Head up the Highway 50 a little bit. You'll end up in Folsom. Maybe stop at the auto malls or maybe the Old Town. Then head over to Roseville and to Rockland and Placer County. You've now met half the voters, over half the voters of this district. But you got to keep on going, because in that district, you got to keep driving on Highway 80 up all the way to almost Mount Lassen. And then you have to turn around, get back on the freeway, get back on 12 freeways in order to get to Death Valley. Death Valley. So please don't tell me about splitting Lodi, which is a fan community of mine just nearby here, in 3, when the current map places hundreds of thousands of people in Sacramento County, steps away from this building, in the same congressional district as Death Valley itself. And so these maps represent a step forward for representation. They respect communities of interest. They fully comply with the Voting Rights Act. But most importantly, they meet the moment that we are here because of Trump, and we're here because of President Trump, and we're here because of what Texas is doing, seeking to cheat and steal the game. We are doing this not in response to Texas alone, but to parry Texas, to neutralize and to nullify their illegal actions to cheat this congressional election and undo the will of the voters in 2026. California, we are the 4th largest economy. We are the most populous state in the country. It is our duty to America to be the last line of defense. And I ask for an aye vote on ACA. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Senator Valladares, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, and I do believe I have amendments at the desk.
Secretary, please read the amendments.
Amendments by Senator Valladares, set 1.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Members, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I rise to present important amendments to ACA 8. If this body insists on moving forward with stripping power away from the voter-approved Redistricting Commission, then the very least that we can do is we owe Californians meaningful safeguards against corruption. This amendment simply provides that any legislator who votes yes on ACA 8 will be prohibited from running for elected office for 10 years. That is not a radical idea. It merely extends to members of this legislature the same 10-year moratorium that already applies to the citizen volunteers who serve on the Independent Redistricting Commission. The people of California demanded ironclad guarantees that those who draw district lines never place personal ambition above the voters. If this is good enough for the citizens who volunteer their time, it should be good enough for politicians seeking to reclaim power. Let's be clear. You cannot demand that ordinary citizens give up the right to run for office for a decade and then exempt politicians from the same rule. That would be hypocrisy. If you truly believe that ACA 8 is about fairness, if you truly believe that this isn't about creating career opportunities for members of this body or those who influence these maps, then you should have no problem supporting this amendment. Because if everything is above board here, then what do you have to object to? 60% of Californians voted to give redistricting power to an independent commission because they were tired of tortured lines drawn to serve those in power. The current process is transparent, it's independent, and it's accountable to the people. They said clearly, we do not want politicians drawing their own lines. Today, this body risks turning its back on that mandate. But if we're going to press forward, then we must at least bind ourselves to the same ethical standards that we demand of our citizens. This amendment is a test of whether or not this body values integrity over expediency, fairness over partisanship, and accountability over ambition. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Again, ACA 8 is very clear. It's in response to what colleagues in Texas are doing, and this is absolutely egregious. I'm wondering where the outcry is against the Texas officials that are continuously disenfranchising voters in Texas. And it also requests...
Excuse me. Point of order.
If the majority leader could please speak to the germaneness of the amendments.
Your point is well taken. Can you please limit your comments to the amendments that we are hearing at this moment?
Yes, and I am absolutely going to do that. And so ACA 8 also represents a reasonable and rational response to this overreach. And the amendments specifically, what I will say is I would love an outcry for the fact that there is going to be, if we're going to talk about corruption and transparency, why aren't we talking about the fact that President Trump has already said he wanted to run for a third term, and become the next king of the United States of America. So I will ask that.
Excuse me, just a moment. What is your point of order?
The speaker is not addressing the amendments directly before us in this body. I believe the amendments have nothing written about the President of the United States. So.
Thank you. Just a moment, please.
Yeah.
Senator Gonzalez, the amendments that we have before us are dealing with whether or not the members of the legislature will be able to run as a candidate for 10 years. Your comments must stick to the amendments that we are voting on or that have been presenting before us. Thank you.
I think the floor
Senator Valladares, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Again, to clarify, this is a really simple amendment. It is 3 lines. This is about fairness. This is about holding ourselves, elected members of a legislature, to the same standards that we require of our Citizen Redistricting Commission. Again, if this ACA is to really be about fairness, then you should have no problem supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez, you are recognized.
Madam President, I ask that we lay the amendments on the table, asking for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez has requested that we lay the amendments on the table. This is not debatable. Senator Gonzalez is asking for an aye vote. Senator Valladares is asking for a no vote. Secretary, please call the roll.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil. Archuleta. Aye. Adeguin. Aye. Ashby. Aye. Becker. Aye. Blakespear. Aye. Cabaldon. Aye. Caballero. Aye. Cervantes. Aye. Choi. No. Cortezi. Aye. Daly. No. Durazo. Aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Grayson. Aye. Grove. No. Hurtado. Aye. Jones. No. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa-Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Aye. Rubio. Aye. Cigarto. No. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umberg. Aye. Valladares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson. Aye. Weiner. Aye.
Ayes 30, noes 9. The amendments are laid at the table. We will continue our debate. Senator Weiner, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, this is really about California punching back against Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been punching down at everyone for a long time, punching down at states, punching down at trans kids, punching down at immigrants. We are punching back to protect our democracy against this fascism. This is about California checking Donald Trump. And I wanted to say with respect to Trump, there was some reference to corruption before. I hope if people are going to talk about corruption, we can talk about the corruption in the White House, that Donald Trump is accepting all sorts of bribes, these scam meme coins that people use to funnel cash to him, the plane that he received from the Qatari government, the bribe that he received from Paramount to settle that bogus defamation lawsuit. So let's talk about that corruption. And we're seeing corruption here as well in terms of Donald Trump trying to seize control of our government in perpetuity. And that's what's happening in Texas and what we are responding to. So when I say that California is checking Donald Trump, it's because not that many institutions are actually stepping up to check this aspiring dictator. The Republicans in Congress are not checking him. They just give him whatever the heck he asks for. The Republicans in Congress voted to kick their own constituents off of health care and food assistance and to close hospitals in their own district at the request of Donald Trump. The Supreme Court is not checking him. The Supreme Court basically rubber stamps whatever the heck Donald Trump wants to do, whether it's illegally deport immigrants or tear down the government illegally. The Supreme Court just rubber stamps it. It's not red states because Donald Trump called up the governor of Texas and said, hey, I want 5 more seats in Congress. Can you do a scam redistricting. And instead of saying, you know what, Mr. President, like mind your own business, we're going to handle our own stuff here in Texas, the governor of Texas just said, yes, sir. Whatever you want, sir. We'll do whatever you need, sir. Universities aren't doing it. They're caving in one after the other, adopting his MAGA policies. Most recently, even Harvard, which it was so depressing. Harvard was standing up, and then even Harvard caved in. It's not the media. Some media are standing up, like the AP, which is still banned from a lot of things because it refuses to say the Gulf of America. But other media are even paying bribes to this president. So California is not going to do that. We are going to check this fascist's overreaches. We're going to check him. We're not going to back down. We are the fourth largest economy in the world. We are the largest state by far. We have the wherewithal to be able to fight back and punch back against this despicable human being who is trying to tear down so much of what is good in this country. And Trump knows that we have the ability to punch back and that we will punch back. And that's why he is targeting California so severely, why he is demanding $1 billion in extortion from UCLA. Otherwise, he'll kill off Alzheimer's and cancer research at UCLA. He's doing it by targeting, especially Southern California, with these horrific immigration raids, grabbing people from their front yards and from bus stops and from work sites and disappearing them.
Just a moment.
Point of order.
Just a moment. What is your point of order?
I deeply respect my colleague from San Francisco and his passion about a lot of different issues throughout the state of California, but I would encourage this body to talk about the bill that's before us. And I gave a lot of leeway before my point of order, but it seems like it's going into a lot of different issues. And I would hope
Thank you so much, Senator Strickland. You've stated your point of order. Just a moment.
Madam President, it's directly relevant.
Thank you so much for waiting. We have allowed during this debate for people to give outside context on both sides to their arguments for whether or not they support or oppose the measure that is before us, and therefore your point is not well taken. Senator Weiner, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In addition to targeting UCLA, in addition to these horrific fascist secret police immigration raids, he is directly targeting California with his unconstitutional plan to upend the census and to do a new scam census so that he can move even more seats out of California and other states that don't support his fascism. So on so many levels, he is targeting California, and he is targeting so much that is good about this country, and California is not going to take it sitting down. We are going to punch back, and that's what we are doing today. I want to just say one final thing. I supported the creation of the Independent Redistricting Commission. I have been an admirer of the work of this commission. And I understand that there are some folks, people I know and respect, who want us to keep the Independent Redistricting Commission, and we are keeping it. But we also have to be clear that this is about so much more than whether we are taking a particular approach to redistricting. That all becomes irrelevant if we lose our democracy because we have a fascist who freezes himself in power and continues to tear down people's access to health care and destroy civil rights for so many communities and destroy our ability to engage in scientific research.
Senator Weiner, let's
Yes.
go back to the bill before us.
Yes. And so it is about the bill, it's about the Independent Redistricting Commission. And so as much as we all want to have the best redistricting possible, this is the right approach right now in response to what Texas is doing and what this president is trying to do to our country. And I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Reyes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. My mother has often told me, and I'll say it in Spanish, si es injusto, es incorrecto. Y si es incorrecto, es tu responsabilidad de corregirlo. No porque te afecta a ti, porque le afecta a la sociedad. My mother says if it is unjust, it is incorrect. And if it is incorrect, it is your responsibility to correct it. Not because it affects you, but because it affects others and because it affects society. The actions of this administration have terrorized our communities. Sometimes it is direct, and sometimes it is not only direct in our districts, but also throughout California. In San Bernardino County alone, 155,000 children rely on SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Many of them are going to lose this. That is an injustice. We are seeing armed, masked men stopping and kidnapping people right off the street, putting them in unmarked cars and sending them to unknown countries. Just last week, we had a young man who was stopped by these masked armed men. He wouldn't roll down his window. He asked them to identify themselves, asked for a warrant. They could not provide anything. They broke his windows. He immediately fled. They fired at his vehicle. And on his way home, he called 911 and asked San Bernardino PD to please come and help. We've lost due process, which is a fundamental right of Americans. We have lost it under this administration. The fear in our countries is unacceptable, especially for our children who are no longer going to school. We have superintendents now concerned in sending the teachers out to welcome the students, to make sure the students feel that they are protected in their schools. This Trump big, ugly bill has taken $1 trillion that was for Medicaid. In every one of our counties, every one of our districts, our people, our constituents are losing their benefits. And who benefited under that big, ugly bill? Billionaires. They can write off their jets now under this bill, in addition to so many other things. Because of the president's failure, he went to Texas, as has been talked about. He went to Republican states to do what failures do best when they don't get their way. Cheat. Found a way to cheat. He's cheating because he knows that he will have to fairly answer to the consequences of his actions and to the American people who will wholeheartedly reject him. This is why we're here on the floor, to hold him and others accountable, and to show that when you pick a fight with California, California will fight back. It's been mentioned so many times, we didn't start this fight, but we cannot back away from it. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. That is why we are doing this the right way. We are taking this fight to the voters to ask them to join us in offsetting the partisan, hostile acts of the Trump administration. If California truly leads the nation, as is often said on this floor, then it has to be us that shows the rest of the country democracy is what is at stake. We are witnessing injustices under this president and this administration. These injustices are incorrect, and we have a responsibility to correct what is wrong. If it is unjust, it is incorrect. We are here to protect democracy, and I've got to tell you that we take this responsibility, I take this responsibility very seriously. And I am so proud to have returned to this floor at this time to exercise my right to join with my colleagues in exercising this responsibility and to correct something that is so wrong and so unjust. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Senator Strickland, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would like to bring it back to the bill that's before us instead of rehash the presidential campaign. And I want to point out on the open of this debate, Mr. Leader, who I have deep respect for, said we had fake outrage. I'm here to say there's nothing fake about our outrage on our side of the aisle. I hear a lot of different terminologies being used by the other side. The word authoritarian came up very, very frequently. Well, it's authoritarian to have a predetermined election. And that's exactly what will happen if we pass and the people pass ACA 8. We will have predetermined elections where there's no competition in California, and that is authoritarian. I do trust the voters of California. And a lot of the members here said, well, why don't you just trust the voters of California because they get to decide the final say in November. I do trust the voters. However, I don't trust the truth in advertising. We need to have truth in advertising. And when you look at this, what's going to be called the title and summary with the Attorney General, the first lines are going to be, do you want to keep the Nonpartisan Citizens Redistricting Commission? Members, you know that's not true. You know that's not truth in advertising. And I'm glad one of my colleagues called out the high-speed rail, because at the time when that came forward, I said there was no truth in advertising to that bill. Because I said it won't be $33 billion, and it won't go from San Francisco to Los Angeles.
Point of order.
By the way, just a moment.
I'm responding.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. What is your point of order?
Point of order. There's nothing on the floor before us today that has anything to do with high-speed rail and the arguments that our colleague from Huntington Beach has made in the past about high-speed rail, and I just ask that he stick to the matters on the floor. Thank you.
Madam President, I'm responding to a member.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
Truth in advertising.
Thank you. So seeing that a senator did mention high-speed rail earlier, we are going to allow for latitude to allow Senator Strickland to include those in his remarks. However, please try to keep your remarks as close to the measure that we are debating as close as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I have faith in the California people and the California voters, but when they're misled in terms of what they're actually voting for, like the high-speed rail and like what's before us here today, when you're telling the people of California you're preserving the Nonpartisan Citizens Redistricting Commission, you're not being truthful to the people of California. And again, we've done this without transparency. We haven't done it in the light of day. But again, I firmly believe when it comes down to it, the people of California, if this bill moves forward, the people of California will fight to preserve what is a nonpartisan Citizens Redistricting Commission, a gold standard, because they don't want the authoritarian politics to have predetermined elections. They want to have a voice. And they will not have a voice in California if this bill moves forward. And instead of people in Congress earning the votes of their citizens, the elections will be predetermined. And I can't think of anything more authoritarian than having predetermined elections. And for that reason, I urge a no vote on AC 8.
Thank you. Senator Padilla, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in support. You know, to be honest, Madam President, I'm reminded of a famous line from a classical movie we're all familiar with, The Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. The question before the Senate on this amendment is first whether we should adopt its content, what it does, and whether we should submit it to the voters of California for their good judgment to decide whether or not to adopt it and to put it into operation. But really, Madam President, this is a conversation about the why and not the what. I think we know the what a contrast it presents. Sitting President of the United States phones up the governor of Texas with their time-honored tradition of gerrymandering and being in court, defending that they don't violate the Voting Rights Act, disenfranchising voters, doing it their way, which they're entitled to do. But in this case, having a sitting president ask that they do it now, mid-census, with an eye towards the next midterm elections for representation in the United States House of Representatives. And so here we are with this question in response to that, but doing it slightly differently. Not because a president called us up and said, can you find me some more districts? But putting the question before the people, enfranchising and empowering the voters of California to make this critical decision and paying them the respect and honesty as to the why. And we should think about the why. Why is it important in the midterms for the U.S. House of Representatives that there be an even exchange of debate and ideas and opportunity for the people of this country to decide what that House looks like? Instead of giving greater weight to one point of view before the game is even played and diminishing the voices of another point of view, the why is pretty obvious, is to continue the trajectory and the policies of regression and reduction and undoing that we are witnessing in this time at a level we've never seen in modern American history. That's why it's important to balance the equation so that all voices in our congressional midterms have an opportunity to be heard, not for its own sake, but because of what is at stake. There was a young Democratic president in January of 1961 named John Kennedy, who talked about being part of a generation of leaders, new leaders, that were not and were unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of the basic human rights for which this nation has always been committed here at home and around the world. And 2 decades later, a Republican president named Ronald Reagan, upon taking his oath, talked incredibly and articulately well about the fact that freedom and the dignity of the individual must be and has been more available and assured here in this country than in any other place on earth. The question is really about the why. Why did President Trump ask Texas to act? Why is it important that they rig the game before it's played. It's not for its own sake. It's for what they want to continue to do. The slow undoing. The slow undoing that we've witnessed in the undoing of individual liberties and protections, ignoring courts of law, the snatching of persons by unidentified masked agents off the streets, something people haven't seen since behind the Iron Curtain during the Cold War and in the most oppressive states in the world, pushing millions out of the social safety net, those who can least afford it and those who are most vulnerable. The undoing that is the biggest tax giveaway in American history to the wealthiest Americans at the expense of the most vulnerable. The retreating from American leadership abroad in the world, the failure to defend territorial integrity, sovereignty, and democracy, to stand for something that we pledge allegiance to every day. The slow undoing. And the question today, colleagues, are we part of a new generation of leaders in 2025 who are unwilling to witness or permit that continued slow undoing of everything we hold dear? Are we going to be part of a generation of leaders that are determined to be sure that the freedom and dignity of the individual must be available and assured here in America, more so than in any other place on earth? That's what this debate is really about. We must be that generation of leaders. And I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Rubio, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today I rise first and foremost as a teacher, just thinking about what this moment means to my students. As a former council member, just thinking of how this moment is going to impact my community. And as a formerly elected city clerk who ran elections, what this means to democracy. And I rise in strong support of ACA 8. And now, of course, as a state senator, caring very much about what happens in this beautiful state to the beautiful people of California. But I want to be clear, I've been hearing over and over from my colleagues their outrage about the money that's being spent in this election. And really, I think the outrage is hollow. One of the things that keeps running through my mind constantly is that, you know, we have a president, Donald Trump, who has wasted millions and millions of dollars of our tax dollars in his own luxury. And we haven't heard any outrage about that spending. He has spent millions of dollars retrofitting a private jet that he received from a foreign country, no less. He is currently spending millions of dollars on a grand ballroom so that he can continue to have his lavish parties. And he continues to spend money gold plating our White House that was meant to be white. And yet we have so many of our seniors whose lives are being threatened, healthcare being cut back, and their Social Security also threatened. We have our students, our children, our community members who now are going to be impacted by the cutbacks in SNAP and food assistance. And it always happens to the most vulnerable. But let's not talk about the millions in that ballroom that's going to have gold plating. And then we don't think about the millions that were spent deploying our military on American soil, on Americans. While college students are not going to be able to afford to go to college because their grants were frozen. I don't remember the outrage over those tax dollars. And never mind that his children and himself continue to make billions. He didn't divest. And I believe he has continued to violate the emoluments clause. Again, where is the outrage? They're making billions. The truth is that the outrage is not over the spending. It's about accountability. It's about democracy itself. And that is why ACA 8 matters so much. Because we need to give Californians the power to decide if it matters to them as well. And I believe that the way this is set up, it does. We're giving Californians the power to decide in November for themselves if this is fair and it's in the hands of the voters. And if we don't protect democracy now, then when? When it's gone? And history is looking back. History will look back on us. Future generations will look back on us. And I think this is the right time to do the right thing. Government should always be about service and not self-indulgence, as we have seen from our president. It's about feeding children, not feeding egos, as we have seen from the president. It's about protecting seniors, not protecting golf outings, as we have seen from the president. ACA 8 is our chance to say enough, to put power back where it belongs, and that is in the hands of our Californian people. The maps are already online. They will be printed on official voter guides. Voters will have plenty of time to review them and cast their vote. The people will decide, all Californians will decide, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. So with that, I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smallwood-Cuevas. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, I rise in strong support of ACA 8. Today's conversation just reminded me of something that my grandmother said, and that is, if you don't know your history, your children will be doomed to repeat it. When our people marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, facing dogs and fire hoses and the terror of Jim Crow and racial violence, we were not only demanding the right to vote for ourselves, we were expanding the promise of democracy for the nation. And out of that sacrifice came the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the most important civil rights law in our history. And yet, every year since the act was passed, Texas has found ways to violate it. A reminder that progress is never permanent and vigilant is always required. And Californians know, and what today's vote on ACA 8 is about, is that this fight is not over. The same forces that tried to stop us in Selma are still working today to silence our voices through voter suppression and this Texas gerrymandering. In fact, we must honor the Voting Rights Act not just with memory, but with action. And we must protect the right to vote and ensure that we are strengthening all communities of interest, ensuring people who have saved our democracy can never be shut out again. ACA 8 is about one thing: defending our democracy from being rigged by a tyrant. Texas and other Republican-led states are rushing through a mid-decade redistricting scheme designed to steal seats in Congress. In Texas, what this looks like is that Black Texans will lose much of their power, being reduced to about a fifth of what their power was before this gross attack. This is not just a power grab. It is a direct attack on communities of interest, on young voters, and on anyone who stands for equity and justice and due process of law. Californians, we understand that we cannot sit back while these extremists tilt the balance of power under this hand of Donald Trump and unchecked control of Congress. We cannot let this happen. And ACA 8 provides a safeguard. It states that if Texas gerrymanders their maps, California will temporarily adjust ours to level the playing field. And we understand we always need to work at leveling the playing field. Time and time again, when our nation's future was on the line, this history of the Black vote is key because it's carried us forward. ACA 8 offsets partisan gerrymanders in Texas. It protects vulnerable communities here in California. And it's not maps alone that safeguard our future. Let's remember our history. And let's take a closer look at Texas history. Texas once saw Black political power rise during Reconstruction, as it had across much of the country, only to be stripped away by the Black codes and Jim Crow and racial terror, poll taxes, white-only primaries that cut Black voter rolls in Texas from over 100,000 to just a few thousand. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 reclaimed that. But today's gerrymandering in Texas, the voter suppression, shows that Texas is now sliding back. A reminder that every generation must fight to keep democracy alive, and that is what we are stepping up to the plate to do here in California. This is bigger than what we are doing on this floor, and it's bigger than what our voters will have to do this November. This is about sending a clear message to the nation and the world that we will not allow Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans to steal elections from the people. We know what happens when Trump has power. Many of my colleagues have described the painful and cruelty of it. Denying disaster relief to fire victims, imposing illegal tariffs that is destroying our economy and threatening hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of workers. He's hurting working families by rolling back over 60 years of hard-fought labor protections. He's ordered the mass arrest, deportations, racial profiling, and terrorizing of families and children. He's criminalizing diversity, dismantling DEI programs that protect equity in our schools and in our workplaces, and that allows us to grow and be innovative by bringing new voices and ideas and thought partners to the table. If given unchecked control, we know that Trump will roll back decades of human, civil, women, workers' rights. ACA 8 is California once again standing up to defend democracy, just as we have led on climate resiliency, just as we have led on workers' rights, on women's rights, on equity. Today, we will lead on protecting free and fair elections. Let's make sure the voice of California and all Californians will not be silenced by partisan power grabs at the hands of a dictator. And with that, I respectfully urge and I vote on ACA 8.
Thank you. Senator Arreguín, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Senators, I rise in strong support of ACA 8, a bill that is vital to the preservation of our democracy that is under assault by President Trump. And first, let me address the question of whether it is legal for us to take this action today. The legislature and the voters often put constitutional amendments on the ballot. And what we are doing today is putting this question to the voters and giving them the opportunity to decide whether to allow for the temporary implementation of these congressional boundaries if the voters approve this measure. In today's debate, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have failed to address what I think is the elephant in the room. Their party's leader, President Trump, and the Republicans in Texas who are gerrymandering Democratic and majority districts to give Trump 5 new Republican seats in Congress. And why? The president is afraid that he can't win an election in a fair fight. So he has to rig the process to give his party an unfair partisan advantage. That is not fairness. So we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the president's actions and the actions of the governor of Texas and the Texas legislature. I wish we weren't here today, but we are. And I would agree with my Republican colleagues. We have a lot of important business to address for our state. But this is probably just, if not more important than that business that we have to take up over the next few weeks, because the impact of Trump and the Republican congressional majority have had in our state has been so significant. So much of what has impacted our state over the last 8 months has been directly in response to the devastating policies of this administration. I've also heard concerns about the costs of this special election. But let's put this in the context of what's at stake. Potentially billions of cuts to state grants and funding by the Trump administration. Within the first month, the Trump administration tried to freeze federal funds to California. And let's also remember that we are the largest donor to the federal government. 1 in 4 taxes are paid by Californians. Thanks to the actions of Democrats in this legislature by providing emergency funding and the actions of our Attorney General, we unfroze $168 billion in federal funds, approximately a third of our state's budget. We also took action to prevent $11 billion in health and human services cuts and $7 billion in transportation cuts. That doesn't even account for the devastating cuts that will be realized by the passage of H.R. 1 to our federal Medicaid budget, which will kick millions of Californians off of health care coverage, the cuts to SNAP, which will mean that children and families will starve in our state, the threatened cuts to education funding and other essential programs. This will further crater our state's budget. What's at stake is also our state's economic prosperity. This administration's trade policies are having a direct impact on our state's budget and are wreaking havoc on our state's economy. So when we talk about budget deficits, where do we think they come from? My constituents in Senate District 7 in the East Bay and people across the nation are outraged seeing the federal government destroying their livelihoods, from dismantling our safety nets, eliminating health care coverage, reversing the progress that we've made on civil rights and on environmental protections, and the kidnapping of our hardworking immigrant neighbors. Our constituents call on us to take meaningful action during these unprecedented times, and ACA 8 is that action to give voters an opportunity to take a stand. Now, I'm a proud supporter of independent redistricting, something that our state will retain even if the voters approve this map. And I believe that all states should have independent commissions, something that congressional Republicans have long opposed. And so as the author had mentioned, ACA 8 specifically calls on Congress to adopt legislation and to put on before all the states a constitutional amendment to allow for independent commissions nationwide. But why have Republicans in Congress opposed these efforts? Why are they afraid of giving power to redistrict to the people? Do they not believe in free and fair elections? To me, the answer is simple, because if the people had their way, Congress would actually reflect the will of the people. So Trump's solution is to push our 250-year experiment in democracy to the brink in order to hold on to power. So the question before us is a simple one. Will we enable this assault on our democracy, a necessary step to continue the president's attacks on immigrants, the LGBTQ+ community, on reproductive rights, on anyone who dares to stand against authoritarianism? Or will we say enough is enough and take action to counter these attacks? During this critical moment, I urge you to stand on the side of democracy. Colleagues, the country's watching what we are doing here today, and history will remember what we do. With that, I respectfully ask for your aye vote on ACA 8.
Thank you. Senator Cortese, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of ACA 8. We are here today because our democracy is under attack, as we've heard over and over and over again. But what does that really mean in specifics? We've seen the dangers of unchecked power. What does that really mean today in this context? After the last national elections, the President of the United States was able to consolidate power in the executive branch, in the House and the Senate, and he has a very favorable judicial branch. Most of us are taught in 8th grade civics that those three branches of government are supposed to check themselves, but democracy was in play. The American people voted, and we are where we are. But when you talk about trusting the voters, what I've seen over and over and over again in my lifetime, especially my voting lifetime, is that the American people are the other branch of government. The American people will check and will swing the pendulum back when they see the three branches of government become too extreme. And that's happened. And the President of the United States was surrounded by his own advisors who said that your extreme policies are going to cost us the midterm elections. And when you cost us the midterm elections, you cost us the consolidation of power. Just as my colleague from Berkeley and others have said here today. You're going to cost us unified power for the Republican Party in this country, but more importantly, for our extreme policies. Why? Because the one thing that can check all three branches of government is the sanctity of the vote, the franchise of the vote. And that's when the President of the United States said, unless we can disenfranchise those voters, then we've got them too. And that's the decision that was made. And that's why this president and this administration is such a powerful threat to democracy, because he's no longer consolidating power among three branches of government. He's disenfranchising and literally taking away the right to vote for whom people want to vote. That's manipulation of democracy and the vote. But we're doing it differently here under ACA 8. Here in California, we're saying, as our governor has said, we can counter what's going on in Texas. We can counter what's going on in the administration. But here, because of the way that we operate, we're going back to the people of California. We're respecting the sanctity of the vote. And we're asked the voters of California, what do they choose? Do they choose the methodology that we have in place now for selecting our congressional representatives? Or in light of what's going on in Washington and Texas, do they want to change the rules? They get to decide. They get to decide. And so here in California, the sanctity of the vote is paramount. In Washington, D.C., it's not. That's the difference. That's why ACA is not a power grab, quite the opposite. It's a safeguard. It's a temporary safeguard, and California voters, not politicians, will decide whether we should use this temporary safeguard to keep the playing field level, and whether we should protect our democracy from a power grab by our president, not just of three branches of government. ACA puts that choice squarely in the hands of the people. Why do we call this authoritarian overreach? Think about it for a moment. This president has gone to an autonomous state, Texas, a self-governing state, Texas, a freestanding state, Texas, a sovereign state within the United States of America, and said, you'll do what I tell you to do. ACA 8 is the only thing we have in our toolbox to counter that, but we have tools, and we'll use those tools. Thank you, and I urge your aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Grove. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I wasn't going to speak on this because I wanted to voice my opinion on the previous bill, and they're all considered a package, but I do want to set the record straight and make some comments with some leeway from Madam President regarding some of the comments that were made on the floor. Again, if you look at the lawsuit between Petaway versus Galveston County, the court, the three branches of government that were just mentioned by my good colleague, that the court ordered Texas to redraw the lines. President Trump did not order Texas to redraw the lines. This is an independent judge. He said redraw the lines based on a lawsuit filed by the Elias Commission, which I described earlier. It's absurd to stand, and again, I just love my good colleague. I mean, he's only right 10% of the time, but when he's right, I agree with him, but he's right or wrong a lot of the times. My good colleague from San Francisco made the comment that UCLA was being punished by a mean dictator because they were being fined $1 billion by President Trump. UCLA is being fined by the president because they failed to protect Jewish students, where Jewish students were attacked, threatened, locked in rooms, refused to allow to go to class. They won a $600 million lawsuit against the university system, and President Trump fined the UC system $1 billion for not protecting Jewish students. Nobody wants to relive history in the 1940s and that era, that time frame of World War II. And the president is standing up for Jewish students. That's why he fined them $1 billion. So just a point of clarification to my good friend and my colleague from San Francisco and the co-chair of the Legislative Jewish Caucus, that was a justification, and we should all stand behind the fact that people who hurt and harm our Jewish communities should be punished in some way. And I applaud the president for doing this. Again, read Galveston versus Pettyway versus Galveston County. That's what started this whole thing. It was not President Trump. It was a court case. It was required Texas to redraw the lines, which triggered your response, which is going to trigger a lot of other responses. And as I made in my comments earlier, Maryland, Democrats occupy 7 out of 8 seats, even though 40% of the votes were Republican. Massachusetts, all 9 seats are Democratic, despite President Trump getting 40% of the vote. It continues down the line, and this ACA to gerrymander even further the seats that you have in California, where Republicans got 40% of the vote, and we occupy 17% of the congressional seats, and to allow these maps with no other choice other than the voters to say no, for this to happen based on the rhetoric that is coming out of this body that it's President Trump, it's a court case. The documents are right there. I'd be glad to send it all to you. Most of you are attorneys. I barely have a high school diploma, and I was able to read that and determine where the lawsuit came from. Respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Senator Perez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm proud to rise in support of ACA 8 as well as a co-author of the Election Rigging Response Act. You know, I think it's really important that we articulate why we are here today and why we are even taking up ACA 8. Over the last several weeks, we have seen Texas Republicans, along with Governor Greg Abbott, take actions to try to redraw their maps to add an additional 5 Republican seats. In addition to that, they have threatened Texas Democrats, enforcing police force against them to go searching for them, threatening to utilize the FBI, and in one case, even locking a Texas legislator in the chambers, refusing to allow her to leave unless she signed and agreed to have 24-hour surveillance. We have Texas members of the legislature, Democratic members, that are being followed by police officers in the grocery store. This is complete absurdity and complete madness. And while I heard clearly from my Republican colleagues that they do not believe that President Donald Trump reached out to Governor Greg Abbott, we have seen otherwise, that the president has reached out to Texas Governor Greg Abbott to ask him to deliver these 5 Republican seats, that he's reached out to the states of Missouri, Florida, Ohio, Indiana, and possibly even Kansas in order to redistrict the maps so that he can turn the 2026 election in his favor. Now, why is this happening? That is because the president has moved forward a set of policies that is wildly unpopular. We have seen the cost of living skyrocket. We have seen ICE raids across our community. We had a man die in Camarillo, Mr. Alanis, who died while running from an ICE raid, fell more than 30 feet to his death. Just a few days ago, a man died in my district. Roberto Carlos Montoyo Valdez was killed when he was running from an ICE raid and was struck by a vehicle. This is unacceptable, and I want to emphasize this, that lives are on the line. That is what is on the line. We are not just talking simply about funding. We talk a lot about numbers in this House and the millions of dollars that have been cut from education, from healthcare, from food programs, the millions of dollars that are being spent on additional ICE raids, on surveillance and policing of our communities. But what has that ultimately resulted in? That has ultimately resulted in people dying, people losing access to critical health care, less people showing up to their doctor's appointments, less people having access to healthy and nutritious food. And ultimately, that is going to have an impact on the 2026 elections, because voters know, Americans know, regardless of party, they are seeing that these policies are not yielding results for them, that this is an administration that is more interested in investing in billionaires and trillionaires and their interest in giving them huge tax breaks than everyday working people like you and me. And it is utterly unacceptable. Now, what we have done here today in introducing ACA 8 is allow us to neutralize what is happening in Texas so that we can create an additional 5 Democratic seats to stop this mess and stop this chaos. But what does it also do? It protects our independent redistricting commission, something that was approved by the voters, and it was not easy to get it approved. It was put on the ballot several times. We finally earned the support of the voters. You have both Democrats and Republicans that serve on that commission. They will be redrawing the lines come 2030 again, and that is important. That is critical. And I want to highlight that it is Democratic states that have independent redistricting commissions. It is not Republican states. In fact, here in the United States, the 5 most gerrymandered states are Republican states. And we need to call that out. To continue to pretend as if partisan gerrymandering was just something that came up, as if California created this, to watch the Vice President, J.D. Vance, continue to spread this misinformation is utterly unacceptable. What do we know? That back in 2021, when Democrats introduced a measure to ban partisan gerrymandering, it was Senate Republicans who killed it. And we could have stopped this mess then, but they have refused to allow such a measure to pass. And we know that come 2026, voters are going to turn out and they're going to send a message. They're going to send a message that they do not support cuts to food stamps, that they do not support cuts to Medicare programs, that they do not support ICE raids in their communities, robbing their neighbors in broad daylight and causing deaths left and right of hard-working people, farm workers, day laborers, blue-collar workers that look like my father and my grandfather, that they do not support Republicans leaving session early in Congress to prevent the release of the Epstein files. We are going to hear loud and clear come 2026. And that's what this moment is about. California is stepping up. We did not want this battle. And I want to make very clear, and folks that have worked with me know, I have been very invested in independent redistricting. We have moved measures like this forward at the local level. But unfortunately, this is a moment that requires us to respond. California didn't pick this battle, but we can end it. And that is our job here today. I urge an aye vote on ACA 8, and I'm so proud to be supporting and co-authoring this message. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Senator Nielo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. With regard to some final comments of my friend from Pasadena relative to who supports and doesn't support redistricting, at least in this state, I would just make reference to my past historical notes when I spoke to the previous bill. But I have a question of the author.
Will the author take a question?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. You may proceed.
And in connection with that, I'd like permission to read.
Seeing no objection, you may proceed.
I am reading from Article 21, redistricting of the state constitution, redistricting of Senate, Assembly, Congressional, and Board of Equalization districts. This is Section 2J. If the commission does not approve a final map by at least the requisite votes, or, and this is the relevant section, if voters disapprove a certified final map in a referendum, the Secretary of State shall immediately petition the California Supreme Court for an order directing the appointment of special masters to adjust the boundary lines of that map in accordance with the redistricting criteria and requirements set forth in 3 other previous subdivisions. Upon its approval of the master's map, the court shall certify the resulting map to the Secretary of State, which map shall constitute the certified final map for the subject type district. Now, within the allowance of ACA 8 and the issues we're speaking today, it does ask the voters to disapprove the certified final maps, but with other maps being substituted, which is in direct conflict with that specified by this constitutional requirement. So my question is, how does that not make this unconstitutional?
Thank you, Madam President. First, let me emphasize that the Senate's paid close attention to each word in each provision of the constitutional amendment and the construction of this bill along with our colleagues in the Assembly, but also to point out what might be the obvious, that this is Assembly Constitutional Amendment number 8, and therefore its provisions already being not inconsistent with the Constitution will amend the Constitution, and they will be, by definition, if the voters choose to enact them, they will be constitutional.
So in other words, you are actually amending Article 21.
No, so Article 21 of the Constitution remains in place as a result of ACA 8. ACA 8 adds new provisions to the Constitution and an alternative procedure that is temporary and for this one purpose and this one time, an alternative that the voters have the ability through their votes to enact. And the Senate has complied in every respect with the entire Constitution in the drafting of this measure.
So this also amends or basically eliminates Section 2J.
Now, Section 2J, remember...
Excuse me. Will the Senator take another question?
Yes, Madam President. Section 2J, as you know, my colleague from Fair Oaks, Section 2J exists in the article that describes the procedure by which the Commission constructs the maps after each decennial census. And in fact, that is the first line of that article, is each 10 years after the census, the following is what is to occur. This ACA 8 creates a different provision of the Constitution, this alternative procedure that would be temporary for this one-time purpose. And so as long as it's not inconsistent with other provisions of the Constitution, this measure gives the people the power to design the proper approach for this one-time temporary measure. So it is not inconsistent with, it fully complies with the Constitution.
Well, thank you for that. On my own time, all of the testimony here by everybody that we believe we have an excellent system for redistricting after each census, and we will most certainly go back to that after 2030. Nonetheless, again, referring back to my little history dissertation earlier today, and the involvement, reported involvement, of the DCCC in this action that is going on, that has been developed behind the scenes, one has to be awfully suspicious of significant changes to this process, and whether indeed the intent or the power to continue on our previous track after 2030 is of great concern to me, and I think should be of great concern to everybody who votes in favor of this ACA and the other two bills that we have, and of great concern to the voters of California once this goes on the ballot.
Thank you. Senator Wahab, you are recognized.
Thank you. I first just want to state that I try really hard to represent my entire district, both Republicans, Democrats, as well as independents, non-voters, new immigrants, and anybody that lives in my district. And I believe that is the role of when we create policy. It is for the entire state of California, representing all people. Just as when we do a census, it's about all people. And it was referenced about lawsuits. In 2023, the Supreme Court ruled in Abbott versus Perez that Texas's redistricting plan violated the Voting Rights Act, mandating that voters of color be placed in districts with more opportunities to elect their preferred candidates. And continuously, we have seen that Texas has been violating the Voting Rights Act since 1965, and even this most recent action in August of this month of 2025, we are seeing violations being made. And I heard multiple times today a number of things that it's wrong what's being done, and there's zero transparency, and it's a power grab. And I call that into question. So when President Trump calls for Texas to do a partisan mid-decade redraw, which handed themselves +5 GOP seats behind closed doors, is that okay? Shutting down Democrats in these rushed maps, is that okay? The fact that California is different. We're giving voters a final say and opportunity to use their voice by voting on this effort, the highest form of transparency for all voters. We hear that it's unconstitutional or overturning the will of the voters. And the US Constitution does not forbid mid-decade redistricting. In fact, California's Constitution requires voter approval, which is exactly what we are doing. We are following the rules and going to the voters. The commission remains in place. Even after this, this is a temporary safeguard until 2030. And again, it's up to the voters, not politicians, deciding whether to authorize this action. That's respecting the will of the people. We are going to the voters. So I've heard Democrats are hypocrites. But the real hypocrisy, I will say, is claiming to support housing, childcare, and healthcare, but voting no consistently on funding those items. Calling themselves the party of law and order, but excusing President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election and pardoning the January 6th rioters. Claiming to care about women and children, but blocking the release of the Epstein files of sexual abuse of children and women. Call for the release of the Epstein files. I want to see the Epstein files. I'm sure many of my colleagues, as much as we talk about it, as much as we talk about human trafficking, children, women of color, and the abuse of power, call for the release of the Epstein files. And he died under President Trump's administration with a failure of cameras, dereliction of duty of guards, and much more. And the other party is silent. And then people want to say, especially in California, especially at the national level, that Governor Newsom is just raising his profile. Well, guess what? America is getting engaged, and this nation is just now seeing what Californians already know. When others are scared to act, Governor Gavin Newsom shows the courage to lead. As a woman, a daughter of immigrants, a former foster youth, the actions at the federal level have been a direct attack on each of us for every identity and ideal we hold dear. I'm proud to heed Governor Newsom's call to defend our democracy. Finally, a leader willing to boldly take on what is happening in this country. And so with this vote is giving the choice back to the voters of California. I trust the voters, and for the greater good, I respectfully ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion or debate, Senator Cabaldon, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Let me first remind us of what is in ACA 8. The first and critical provision is a call to the Congress of the United States to put an end to this madness that has consumed the country thanks to Donald Trump in Texas, and submit a constitutional amendment to all of the states for nationwide redistricting reform. Number two, the authorization for the people of California to approve this temporary set of maps that will allow us to fight back, push back, and preserve democracy across the country. And third, to make it very clear that the Independent Redistricting Commission is undisturbed by this constitutional amendment, and it will be back in 2031 for the drawing of the new lines after the census, as is its constitutional responsibility. Now, we've heard said that Texas isn't meaning to do anything devious or untoward here. They're simply complying with a court order. Well, in this country, a strongly worded letter from Attorney General Pam Bondi at the urging of President Donald Trump, following up one of his phone calls demanding that you serve up 5 seats on a silver platter, is not a legally binding court order that requires emergency action on this time frame. That is a ruse that they don't even say that in Texas. The chair of the Texas Elections Committee and the author of the new maps has made it very clear. This is a partisan map that we are doing in order to increase Republican power at the urging of President Donald Trump. Now, in the Elections Committee hearing led by our outstanding elections chair from Riverside, one of the witnesses, a former member of the Independent Commission, said that democracy means that that each political party, each idea takes turns being humbled at the ballot box by the people. That is the essence of what democracy is, that we have our policy programs, our ideas, our accountability, and our results, and we go to the voters, and sometimes they applaud and reelect us. Sometimes they say, no, thank you. That is ultimately the essence of democracy, not Article 2J, not something else. It is that notion that all of us, even if we actually have the key or the card key to the Capitol building, or to the governor's office, we have the keys, our names on the door, that we do not own that we serve at the likelihood that we will at one point be humbled. What's happening in Texas, what's happening as a result of the proposed changes to the census and mail-in balloting, is an attempt to immunize, to end that cycle, so we will never have accountability and democracy again. And you heard this in our debate today, as it was said. That one of our Republican colleagues said, I have faith in the voters. I have faith in the voters, absolute faith in the voters, except, and let me point, turn back to the ballot measure that shall not be named, but except when they get it wrong because they've paid too much attention to advertising. When they get it wrong because they listen to a governor. Right, so when the campaign is not exactly balanced, then we can't listen to the voters in that case. And fundamentally, that is what's going wrong with our democracy. The idea that democracy is only real if it bolsters our power, if it agrees with our ideology and with our issues. And so this measure protects the power of the people to assure that they can hold us, the Congress, and the President of the United States accountable for all of the things that have been said today. And it is the case that millions of Californians are asking themselves in the face of all of these threats to democracy, to safety, to healthcare, to everything, what can I do about it? The fear, the resolute anger of Californians about this. And all of us hear this every single day. What are you doing and what can I do? And this is our answer. We, Californians, California voters, have the opportunity not just to raise our voices, but to cast our votes. The most fundamental way of rescuing democracy is by casting our votes if this measure allows the ACA to go on the ballot. Now, and it still matters because H.R. 1 and the census changes, everything else is still pending in terms of implementation. And so let us not, in a year when one of our residents says, I'm not getting my Social Security and none of the helplines, they've all been turned off. Doge fired everybody. Let us not say, well, what about the cost of that special election? When somebody says my hospital in the rural parts of my district is gone, who's going to stand up and say, but did you know that one bill had an urgency clause in it? When my Navy son has been abducted off the streets in LA, who of us is going to say, but the amendments really weren't germane? When we lose our votes, either directly through the mail or our seats in Congress, which of us is going to say, well, the voters might have gotten it wrong if we gave them their voice? When Marines and National Guard are ordered against their will to occupy, I don't know, West Sacramento, San Diego, Murrieta, any other part of California, as they are already doing in D.C. and as they started here in California, will we say that the voters just couldn't be trusted to make a hard, complicated decision like this? No. This is what this vote is about. Let the voters make the decision. We've heard them, and we are responding, and they are the ultimate judges of whether this is the right way forward. The voters of California are sovereign, regardless of Article J. They are sovereign. They have the authority, they have the legitimacy, and with ACA, they will have the power to make this right. Madam President, I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil. Archuleta. Aye. Adeguin. Aye. Ashby. Aye. Becker. Aye. Blakespear. Aye. Cabaldon. Aye. Caballero. Aye. Cervantes. Aye. Choi. No. Cortezi. Aye. Daly. No. Durazo. Aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Grayson. Aye. Grove. No. Hurtado. Aye. Jones. No. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Rubio. Aye. Cigarto. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umberg. Aye. Valadares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson.
Aye.
Aye. Wiener. Aye.
Secretary, please call the absent members.
Alvarado Gil. Richardson. Aye. Cigarto.
Ayes 30, noes 8. That measure passes. Members, we have messages from the Assembly. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Chamber, August 21, 2025. Madam President, I am directed to inform your honorable body that the Assembly amended and on this day passed, as amended, Senate Bill 280, and respectfully request your honorable body to concur in said amendments. Sue Parker, Chief Clerk of the Assembly, above bill order to unfinished business.
Thank you. Members, we will now move to Senate Supplemental File number 2. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 280 by Senator Cervantes, an act relating to elections, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Cervantes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Today, I am proud to present Senate Bill 280, which calls for a statewide special election on November 4 of this year. This special election gives Californians the power to decide whether we redraw our congressional districts to protect fair representation through Assembly Constitutional Amendment 8. SB 280 also appropriates the funding necessary for the Secretary of State and our county registrars to administer this election. The bill also makes the necessary statutory changes to allow the June 2026 statewide primary to be held on time. Members, this is not politics as usual. This is a rigged game. We are here because the federal administration and Republicans in Congress know they are losing. They see the scoreboard. They know their playbook is unpopular, and instead of competing fairly, they are changing the rules of the game. Think about it. They send mass federal agents into our communities, snatching people up because their skin tone looks like mine. They slashed health care for millions while handing billionaires a tax break and slapping working families with tariff taxes on everyday essentials like coffee and bananas. They know voters will hold them accountable. So what do? They redraw the field. Just yesterday in Texas, Republicans have redrawn congressional maps so that instead of voters choosing their representatives, politicians get to choose their voters. Let's be clear. The goal is to lock in power. But in California, we aren't just spectators in the stand, we are stepping up to the plate. California is ready to defend fairness, to defend representation, and to defend democracy. Now, some of our colleagues will ask, why the urgency? Why the special election? Because this is a 5-alarm fire blazing in our democracy. And if you don't see that, it's because you're choosing to ignore it. And let's not pretend that this timeline is unusual. Republicans were more than happy to rush through the failed recall of Governor Newsom in 75 days. The clock ran then, and it can run now. Yes, this election will cost money, but let's be clear. The price tag is less than President Trump's golden White House ballroom. What's the cost of protecting fair play in America? It's nothing compared to letting President Trump cheat the country. We will not let him move the goalpost. The truth is, a republic where people fear practicing their beliefs or worry their vote won't be counted is no republic at all. That is not a democracy. On November 4th, the voters of California can punch back. They can say no more to power grabs. They can say no more to cheating. They can take back their agency. Take it back at the ballot box. Take back your power on November 4th. Take it back for California and for our country. Californians aren't going to quit in the fourth quarter. We will not fold in extra innings because this is our spirit, this is our fight, and when the dust settles, California will remain standing. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on SB 280.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion or debate, Secretary, would you... Senator McNerney, would you like to... You are recognized.
Madam President and colleagues, I rise in strong support of SB 280 because it's logical. Yes, it's logical to adopt the new congressional districts here in California, and here's why. First, this president's policies are hurting California and the country. For example, the deportations are decimating our workforce and terrorizing our families. The tariffs Our taxes, yes, the tariffs are taxes, and they're slowing our economy. Defunding our universities are robbing our future. He is throwing military into our cities, incredibly dangerous. He's throwing millions of people off health care across this country. Now, the Republicans in Congress have not and will not put any brakes on this president. He can do anything he wants. This is what dictators do. If the Republicans retain the majority in 2026 in the House of Representatives, the president will continue to degrade our country and make us a banana republic. But the Democrats can win a majority in the House in 2026 and will put brakes on the president unless he manages to rig the election. The president and the Texas Republicans are rigging the election by having adopted gerrymandered congressional districts just yesterday to replace 5 Democrats with 5 Republicans. They are trying to rig the national election. California is the only state in the union that has the people and the will to stand up to the president. This is our duty to fight fire with fire and approve new congressional districts that satisfy the Voting Rights Act. And, unlike Texas, we will ask the voters to judge the new districts. Democrats did not want this fight. We did not ask for this fight, but we will not run away from it. We will fight for our economy and for our values. Therefore, it's logical to put this question of adopting new congressional maps before the California voters on November 4th. California voters must have the right to decide if the state should respond to the president's efforts to rig the elections. If you think America needs more authoritarian government, then give up these 5 seats. I sure don't. I ask my colleagues, no, I implore my colleagues with respect to vote aye on Senate Bill 280.
Thank you. Senator Jones, you are recognized.
Madam President and members, I rise in opposition to SB 280. This bill is an unwanted, unnecessary, and expensive distraction. This measure would redirect scarce state resources and attention to an unnecessary, unwanted, and expensive legislative Democrat fabricated distraction. With the state facing a $12 billion deficit, an unemployment rate higher than any other state, a housing crisis, the highest poverty and homelessness rates among the states, an ongoing massive crime problem, and continued fire recovery needs, the last thing that this legislature should be doing is creating a massive distraction while also wasting scarce taxpayer funds on an unnecessary. The special election will cost alone are estimated at $250 million. $250 million for this unnecessary partisan power grab. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion or debate, Senator Cervantes, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam President. On November 4th, Californians have a choice. Let Trump cheat or punch back. Take back your agency. Take it back at the ballot box. Take it back for California and for the country.
Thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil. Archuleta. Aye. Adeguin. Aye. Ashby. Aye. Becker. Aye. Blakespear. Aye. Cabaldon. Aye. Caballero. Aye. Cervantes. Aye. Choi. No. Cortezi. Aye. Daly. No. Durazo. Aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Grayson. Aye. Grove. No. Hurtado. Aye. Jones. No. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Aye. Rubio. Ciarto. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umbert. Aye. Valadares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson. Aye. Wiener. Aye.
Secretary, please call the absent members.
Alvarado Gil. Rubio. Aye. Ciarto.
Ayes 30, noes 8 on the urgency. Ayes 30, noes 8 on the amendments. Assembly amendments are concurred in. Members, we are going to move back to motions and resolutions. There are floor amendments to AB 40 at the desk. Senator McGuire, are you prepared to make these amendments?
Thank you so much, Madam President and members. Amendments on AB 40 are at the desk. It's clear that the state of Texas is now pulling their own trigger as the state house voted last night to be able to advance redistricting. We anticipate the Senate will be acting tonight or tomorrow morning, and the bill will be signed into law by the end of the week. In order to keep the ballot initiative crystal clear, we're moving the trigger from the ACA, but in AB 40 it will remain in case something miraculous happens in Texas and everyone comes to their senses.
Thank you, Senator Jones. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I have come to my senses, and I object to this motion and ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion or debate, Secretary, please call the roll.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil. Archuleta. Aye. Adeguin. Aye. Ashby. Aye. Becker. Aye. Blakespear. Aye. Cabaldon. Aye. Caballero. Aye. Cervantes. Aye. Choi. No. Cortese. Aye. Daly. No. Durazo. Aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Grayson. Aye. Grove. No. Hurtado. Aye. Jones. No. Laird. Aye. Limon. Aye. McGuire. Aye. McNerney. Aye. Menjivar. Aye. Nilo. No. Ochoa Bog. No. Padilla. Aye. Perez. Aye. Reyes. Aye. Richardson. Aye. Rubio. Aye. Ciarto. Smallwood Cuevas. Aye. Stern. Aye. Strickland. No. Umberg. Aye. Valadares. No. Wahab. Aye. Weber Pearson. Aye. Wiener. Aye.
Ayes 30, noes 8. The amendments are adopted. There are additional floor amendments at the desk. If there are no objection, they will be deemed adopted. Seeing no objection, they are deemed adopted. Are there any other motions, resolutions? Anyone else want to remove an item? Senator Hurtado, you are recognized.
Under motions and resolutions, thank you, Madam President. At the request of the author, please pull file item 250 AB 1069 Baines off the consent calendar. Thank you.
The desk will note. Senator Allen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request the author remove file item 231 AB 290 by Bauer Kahan from the consent calendar for amendments.
The desk will note. Senator Cervantes.
At the request of the author, I'd like to pull item 1511. AB 1511.
The desk will note. Senator Umberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Please remove file item number 238, AB 515 from the consent calendar at the request of the author.
The desk will note. Senator Cervantes, were you removing that bill from the consent calendar? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, if there is no other business, Senator McGuire, the desk is clear.
First of all, Madam President, I want to take a moment to say thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator McGuire. Oh. Senator Grove, you are recognized.
Thank you. I apologize, Mr. Pro Tem. I had requested a point of personal privilege. They didn't call me. I apologize deeply. Colleagues, on a lighter note, after today, for those of you that are Raiders fans or Saints fans, Derek Carr would be here on the floor on Monday. Please wear appropriate attire. Thank you. Sorry, Erica. Miss Contreras. She's like shaking her. Only team colors.
Thank you. Now there is no other business. Senator McGuire, the desk is clear.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I want to take a moment to say thank you, first and foremost, to our presiding officers of the week, Madam President, and of course to Mr. Senator. Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you to the good doctor, and of course to Mr. Grayson, who did a phenomenal job as well. This has been one heck of a week for presiding officers. Number two, I want to take a moment to say thank you to the senators who are in this chamber. We had some passionate intense and at times spicy debate today. But I think once we leave these chambers, we recognize, again, we are Californians first. Yes, we're going to have to fight the election rigging, but we also know that we have a lot to fix. And over the next 3 weeks, we're going to continue to focus on where California voters also want us to be, making life more affordable for them in their home, lowering the cost of electricity bills, lowering the cost of housing, making sure that we continue to invest in strong public schools and making our communities more wildfire safe. That is where I think that we can all come together as Californians to be able to move this great state forward. I'm incredibly appreciative of the senators in this room. If you take a look at bodies like this across the nation, across the world, debates like this can get physical. And we are so lucky to be able to live in a country where we can have these discussions and debates and go home still holding hands together on several issues that are in front of us. And I just want to say thank you to Leader Jones, to the Republican caucus, the Democratic caucus for their incredible work. I hope that you get some rest this weekend. We have a long 3 weeks. We're going to jam about 6 months into the next 3 weeks. So gear up, drink some coffee. The next floor session is scheduled for Monday, August 25th. Madam Majority Leader, and to our floor team, thank you so much as well for all of the hard work. We'll see you next Monday.
Thank you. The Senate is adjourned, in recess until 3:30, at which time adjournment motion will be made. We will reconvene Monday, August 25th, 2025 at 2 p.m.